Satisfactory. We are in Phase 4. We're a pretty decent ways into it, so I haven't actually got any of the complete Phase 4 products being made yet, which is a problem that I need to address. But if we look over at our milestones here as I attack it immediately, because that's just what you do. If we look at our stuff here, I've already finished the entirety of Tier 7, and we're starting Tier 8. I am producing all but this thing on the far left already, but I'm producing all the components that go into it. And then nuclear power is not really that important for what I'm doing. But yeah, so we're doing relatively well. I will need to unlock all these to be able to continue the Tier 4 stuff. So I don't remember at all what I was doing before, but this has been a fun, different way of approaching the factory than I've done in the past. Our primary power here is turbo fuel, that we're using turbo fuel to make our generators run really well, and all that. This run, if I'm making it, it goes into a dimensional storage. Like, I'll do other stuff with it, but it goes into dimensional storage so that no matter where I am, I've got my dimensional storage usually pretty maxed out here. There's some stuff I don't care about, like the smart plating. The crystal oscillators we are making. I need to double check that. Yeah, and then we got some advanced stuff that, like, I don't actually have the ability to make, but we've got them floating here. Okay. Yeah, so let's check to see what was going on with our crystal oscillators, because I know we were working on that, but then I was looking at my inventory, and it's not going up. So either we're out of something or something's wrong. Oh, that's right, we were making them down here? Was that what we were doing? I have the train running down here. Let's check down there. Because I vaguely don't remember. Any chance you're going to get drones up and running? I probably will. I could, like, the crystal oscillators, for example, getting those back to base, there is a very good chance I will use the drones to accomplish that. Right, I think I'm making them over there. I believe that's... No, that's aluminum over there. That's right, aluminum was over there. And then the crystal oscillators I was going to make up here in this cave system. And I believe, Ludivka, or however you say it, I believe that's where it's actually going to produce them. Okay, so we actually are getting them. We're just getting them painfully slowly. I understand. Okay, so we are producing those, just not in a good rate. There was something else I was going to get automated the other day that I didn't. We got our explosive rebar fully automated, which has been giggles and fun. But there was something else in here that I was... Oh, it was the, not the reanimated SAM. It was the thing we use the reanimated SAM for. That's fine. We can deal with that later. Right now... Hey, are you friendo, doggo? No, you're scared, doggo. There you go, buddy. We can be friendos. No. That's not how you eat berries. There you are. Alright. Because it's always good to make friends. Okay. So we've been giving them inconsistent names. Doggo the 5th. Excellent. So yeah, so nothing but a number to me, but also a number that's inconsistently named. I really don't know what I'm naming them after Roman numerals, because I've written out first, I've done 1, I've done like number 1, I've done like, you know, 2.0. We just did the Roman numeral. So I'm starting to run out of variants. There's a Caterium wire. We're making the crystal oscillators up there. Right, so if we look at our production manufacturer, I need to make the radio control unit, which is the crystal oscillators, the aluminum casing, and the computer. which is going to be inconvenient because none of those things are remotely close to each other. And that would be potentially a good candidate for the drones, except, you know, hey, with this being explosive, will it just kill that now? It does. But yeah, so, I'm gonna need to go and get those things together. Alright, not sure what was... I probably grabbed whatever was up here before. I just saw the enemies that can only be killed with explosives. It's fine. Alright, so... I have the aluminum, the crystal oscillators, and I remember what the last thing was. And yeah, no, it was the aluminum casing, the crystal oscillators, and all that. So let's figure out where I'm doing that. I also have the blender. What did I need to make with the blender? Right now it's just batteries, and I don't care about those at all right now. Yeah, so it's the crystal oscillators. Ah, the computers. So let's figure out where I've got these. The crystal oscillators are way up north. If the aluminum casings aren't nearby. The aluminum casings are up on that waterfall. And then where am I making my computers? I want to say they're over here. But yeah, because the point is I've got 3 different resources that are nowhere near each other that I'm going to have to bring together. And so far I've been using trains for that every single time. That'll grab, you know, resource A, resource B, bring them to resource C, and set up manufacturing near resource C. So we've got our rotors, we've got our smart plates, we've got our reinforced plates, so that's not here. I think my computers are up there in that platform ahead of me. So this might end up being another train line I gotta set up. Yeah, so we've got our computers being produced here. And those are going to different things. Getting a train line over here would be rough. Okay. So computer production is over here by Grizzleham. The quartz production is up there by Lutka. And then I think my aluminum is over here. The thing I'm not sure about is if I'm taking that aluminum anywhere yet. So let's go over to our waterfall, check to see what train routes I've got there by the aluminum, and get that sorted. Because what I want to do is I want to get these goods here, and then the thing I need to get off my butt on is all those things for complete Phase 4. I believe I can make 3 of the 4 of them now, and I'm not. That 4th one's going to take me a while before I get there. But in the meantime, I need to get them started. Because it's going to take time, and we want to avoid having to sit there and twiddle our thumbs and wait. Which you end up with some of that no matter what. Because, like, for example, I can't get that last one on the right until we get the last technology in Tier 8. Which means, by default, that's just something we're going to deal with. That's very entertaining, by the way. Like, the tougher enemies, it still takes more than one hit, but for, like, the little ones where you just pop the explosive round, it's way better. I still think, technically, the assault rifle and its ammo when upgraded is the better ammo and damage, like DPS kind of thing. But this is just more entertaining. I actually made the comment when we were using the rifle the last playthrough that I was actually pretty underwhelmed with how it felt to play with, even though very clearly it was better than what I had been using. It was just kind of not very satisfying to use. So this should be just copper here. What I'm trying to remember is if this other track above me is the aluminum. I'm trying to remember if I'm moving the aluminum over by the oil or not. I don't think it'll matter that much, because if I am moving it over by the oil, it doesn't do me any good because the oil is just as far as this place. But it will potentially complicate things if I'm already producing aluminum and shipping it off in large volumes to another location. I will need to either split that production up or something of that nature. Yeah, so I believe this is our aluminum production over here, which I am alarmed to not see any aluminum ingots whatsoever. What has gone wrong? So I see all the silica here. You got a pretty full water output. Has the water backed up again? Because I thought we made sure we were at a slight deficit on the water. So I'll bring everything back online. You're getting your ore. And I want to say we went over here and you're still running at max. And we took a bunch of stuff out of this. So the problem I'm running into is this consumes 180 water per minute. So 360, 720 water per minute is getting consumed. And then we go over here, and this is producing 240 between the two of them. So let's see. So we're consuming 720 and outputting 240. So 720 minus 240. That 580? No. 480? And you're producing 180. And you're producing 300. That should be perfectly even, but obviously it's not. So I'm just gonna go like this. And if we let the thing run on a minor deficit, whatever. It just means occasionally one of these will stall for just a second while it waits for more water to come into the system. Versus right now what we have is occasionally the water gets completely backed up in the whole system. And the whole thing shuts down. Alright, now that we've got this deboogered, let's figure out where our aluminum casings and all that going. So we've got... Our casings are literally just going into dimensional storage and nowhere else. That's good information. And then our aluminum plates, bars, whatever you want to call them, those are also just going into storage and not being used for anything, which is fine. So we want to get the aluminum casings, the crystal oscillators, and the computers into the same area. So I think what we're going to do to accomplish that is going to clear some trees and all that. And I'm going to build a second train station out of here. Need to turn soup back on. We'll build a second train station out of here. It's going to grab the aluminum casings. Oh, you're going to need to be up one. But we'll grab the aluminum casings, put them on board here. We'll spin by where the computers are, and we'll put those on as well. And then take those to where the crystal oscillators are. Ooh, do I want to bring... Okay. Regardless, this stop stays the same. I'm debating whether I bring the crystal oscillators to the computers or the computers to the crystal oscillators. And the reason there's a debate there is if I bring the computers to the crystal oscillators, that'll have way more space for me to work, construct, do all that kind of nonsense. But the negative I'm going to run into is I'm now making these remote things, but not where I'm going to need the remote things for consumption later. And so it's kind of one of those things, I can move them out there, have a place to work, but then I just got to move them back. Now, granted, that could just be where I use the drone. That I put them out there. The remote control units are going to be a very low volume. Good. So I should be able to just drone them to where I need them and be good. Let's see. If you have a pipe backup problems, you can create raised bumps in the pipe to pinch off flow. Also more fancy, you can create a priority T-junctions using a vertical. The network will pull from the lowest to lowest before taking the vertical input. That's interesting. I mean, at the moment, it should be fixed by giving it a slight deficit. But it doesn't surprise me that there's better solutions. Yeah, liquids are jerks. Yeah, so trying to remember. So you are my copper ingot shipping, and that's literally all you are is copper ingots. One of these is bauxite. That'll be, this one will be bauxite and coal, I believe, are being shipped in here. No, it's bauxite and silica, and I have the coal already up here. That's right, that's why I put this up here, is this used to be where my coal power plants were, and then it was just like, well, the thing here is, I don't need that anymore. So let's make our decisions here. So, I'm gonna have a train leaving here. It needs to go to the computers, and it needs to go to the crystal oscillators. Well, it's gonna be a shorter route to go to the crystal oscillators than back down. Because if I go all the way over here and then up and around, I'm basically doubling my track length. So we can make the 3 stations, and it still, we'll just decide where we're going to deal with stuff. Regardless, I know I'm not building the output here. There we go. Grab one of the freight things. We'll turn it that way. And then we can go over here to transportation, empty platform. And I mostly use the empty platform just as a kind of a I'm reserving to spot should I need stuff later. But so you can see drones being good for things that are slow to manufacture, low volume. That's exactly what I'm thinking, is I might make these remote control units by the crystal oscillators just to give me more room to work, and then using the drones to bring them back. Which again, maybe not technically the most efficient way of dealing with it, but also it's probably fine. Alright, so you're just putting the casings in here. So we'll need to get those casings over to this spot. That should be fairly manageable. I'll put stilts on this. Alright, so your center tile. Hey, move. Move. You could live, you just gotta move. You're literally in my way, man. You're dying for no reason. Oh, so unless you try out the drones, you won't know if they're effective or not? Well, my understanding is they actually are really good for those things that you don't need a lot of. but you need to move them. Look, I didn't want to kill you, but you were both literally standing in the way. Because I need to take my thing up here. And it is what it is, man. Alright, I think we're gonna clearly need to go farther than that. Okay. We'll go up to 3. Alright, we'll go a little farther forward so we can use the straight belt. Ah, they're not quite lined up. That's fine. Cool. So I've got that all wired up. We need power to be brought in. So there's the power for the station. Okay, so the aluminum casing station is hooked up. So that's good news. So I need to go to... Let's see, Ludivka or whatever it is. That's too loud to fire that close. Okay, I was like, where is existence, please? I jumped off that hill and looked down. It's like, there's supposed to be more map here. Where has it gone? Oh, these explosive shells are just wonderful. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
Look through the window and witness a thread.
I am curious about your first symphony now.
There are a few songs about the first temple. It was a vessel body, but we were still shallow. The void swallowed our music and gave only silent lines. We started weaving in lines, and we built many temples, and then we discovered the curves. We started growing blood and altars and new orchestras, and eventually the tapestry deepened.
I'm not sure I fully understand the mechanics of this yet,
Sad trombone.
but I'm sure I will soon enough.
I need to get the voice line of sad trombone. Not actually playing the sad trombone. Just literally saying sad trombone is just something that needs to happen. Alright. So I believe this is where I'm making my crystal oscillators. I think that's literally them over there. Alright. Okay, we are producing these as fast as we can, which is not fast. I'm gonna try plopping down a second one of these, because I'm gonna need it. You just started the constant ammo uploading to the cloud. Unlimited splody shot sounds fun. Oh yeah, and that's basically what it's saying is like, I did not anticipate how incredibly useful the explodey shots are. Just the fact that need to clear debris, use the splody shot. Need to kill an enemy, use the splody shot. Have oh yeah, I mean that's fine. You know, you have things that you have to, like, rocks you gotta move that can only be exploded, use a splody shot. You got the toxic, you know, tower thingies, use a splody shot. What problem can the explody shot not solve? The only downside is they're real loud when you use them relatively close. That, I imagine they can friendly fire pretty easily. And you are making crystal oscillators. Okay, so we increase the throughput a little bit of that because we're going to need it. Alright, so... the big thing to figure out here... So, we would put another train station about where I'm standing now. And then we put a train station somewhere over here for the computers. So my thought is... to build the train station... maybe not off the end here, but off the side here. Because if we expand this, we should be expanding it that way. That's not a safe assumption. Yes, I've got that train station back there, but I need the stuff more here on the end. Let's give ourselves a little bit of space off of here, but still be mostly on this area. Yeah, so give ourselves a little bit of space to expand. And then we can put the train station right here. Alright. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully I don't need to raise this up even farther. Alright, so, for this... So, this train station's gonna be facing north-south. So, the train's going to leave here, come up this way, whether it goes over this way or that way, I don't really care. But it's going to go through here, connect to that point, probably go up and over and down, would be my guess, since it will be a north-south train station. And then down here-ish is where the computers are. So I think that's fine. I guess it probably doesn't matter which way the station is facing, since it'll be through. It'll just be whether it stops here on the northbound route or the, well, probably east-westbound route or the other way. And if this is where we're going to be building, then this will have 2 freight stops, because these are going to be the offload spots. And you can put down... that. Oh, I built the wrong thing. I built fluid ones. I need freight. Huh? Freight platform, fluid freight platform. Okay. Well, it's right now. And unload. And unload. Cool, so I've got that train station in order. So the next place to go is going to be down by our computers. Figure out where we're putting the train station there. And then we will hook up the computer train station, get the railroad, run between them. And then once I get all that hooked up, then it'll be a matter of going over to this spot and making our dedicated location for the control units. And then from there, we will be able to make those, unlock our aeronautical engineering, which is what I need for the drones. And then realistically, for a lot of the those goods that say complete Phase 4, a lot of those are good candidates for drones, I believe. Because it'll just be like the final 4 products or whatever. It's also interesting that I could automatically feed into the space elevator using the drones. Because all those should be low volume things. Meanwhile, I seem to be running myself through the explosive rebar really quickly somehow. Not entirely sure what's going on there and how I keep running through that really quickly. Tis a mystery the universe will never be able to solve. In the meantime, what I can do is we need aluminum casings, aluminum plates, and motors. There's the plates. There's the casings. I missed the motors up here. Alright, because I figured I'd drop those in while we were here. Also, we need to drop the biological junk into their box, so they can all be processed. So there's dead critters, grass, wood, and I think we're good with all that. And then if we go back over to here, we can put the slugs into the box here, and then when I get low, I'll just process all the slugs at that point. Cool. At some point, I also need to get the filters automated. We haven't bothered with that yet. Alright, so where do I want to put the train station for the computers? Because I believe this is computer production here. It is. And those computers for right now are going in dimensional storage and being used to produce the adaptive control units, because we will ultimately need those, if not in this phase, in the next phase. I think for this train station, what I'm going to do, I'm going to plan that our computers will expand this way over time, because I can't imagine them not expanding this way over time. But I'll put the train station right here, so that the end of it runs into where the computers come out. Okay. How's that look? Alright, cool. And so the thing I wasn't paying attention to that I really should have is, I believe I've got this right, that surface is uneven. It's just not long enough. I believe on the other side, this should line up where I have one car that's the computers, one car that's the, I don't remember what the next thing was. Not the quartz oscillator, the aluminum casings. Yeah, so it'll be computers here, the casings on the other side, and then we'll drop it all down. This gets interesting Oh, I already have a splitter here. It's probably not the best place to put it, but... You know, when does that stop me before? That's an interesting consideration. I should be able to just... snake this right on through here. Let's actually go right here. Then grab this splitter. And just like that, I now have got the computer going into load it up for this train, which does not have power yet, so it's not functioning. Alright, where's a power pole I can get at? There's one. Okay, so now that should be accepted the computers. Cool. Alright, now is where things get tricky. So I need to get this to... I'm not sure which of those stops. Because I already thought we had a stop named Timbersada. We'll run over here, and I'll start working on getting one track to come down towards the computer, and one track to go over towards the aluminum casings. It'll start ping-ponging back and forth, grabbing the materials and dropping them off. And then while that's happening, we'll get things set up over here by the crystal oscillators to start producing our remote control units. And then that'll get what I need for the aeronautical engineering to be online. And once we get the aeronautical engineering online, then, like, we're gonna keep moving forward. So I'm hoping you'll be able to break those two. Oh, that really hurt the computer for a moment. That straight up slide showed me there for a couple seconds. Perfect. No notes. Yes, I think Timbersada might be the one I'm looking for. You know, it looks like it. I think that's the one we were looking for. All right. So it's an interesting consideration. And I kind of wish they showed the tracks on the map a little bit. So that's just going over here to where our steel is. Yeah, so that's just going over to where our steel is. It'd be way better for me to bring that down. So we're going to Witchburg. But it is the Timbersada rail station that is the one, or Tim... Oh, it's Timmersdala. I see. So we're going to try and take Timmersdala, and we need to get it down here, and it goes in this way. So we probably want to go up... So we go up this way, and then that way it can go that way. I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go out towards the south. And start making your platform. We'll make this a lower one. Because a lot of our other ones, we went really high elevation. Let's make a lower elevation one until we get near our destination. Okay, and you... Yes, that's the one we're going to right there, almost straight west. So we'll plan to have a little bit of a bend here. And honestly, that looks like it'll almost be a straight shot from there. Oh, I'm getting low on concrete again. I probably need to upgrade our our stuff to be a bit faster so far as going into the container finally. Because I've noticed that I start getting heavily on the building railroad tracks and all that, I eventually get to the point where I just don't have the ability to keep going with it. Alright. So what I want to do is try and get it facing gonna need a bit more path to get it the angle I want. I want to get a straight shot directly at what we're trying to connect that railway to. It'd be honestly fun if those end up being perfectly even and I can just have it make one arc and go straight through. I don't think that'll be the case. I suspect what's probably going to happen is it's going to need to nudge up just a little. And then the likelihood I actually line this up actually on target on the other side is pretty slim. Let's get this concrete back so I can keep building. That is honestly the one big downside of the building like I've been doing. Is it just takes a bit of time to get these railroad tracks set up. Alright. Versus if we're just slapping conveyors on the ground, it's a bit faster, but, you know, doesn't look as good. Plus, how can I demonstrate how much I like trains? Alright. So... that looks about right. We'll see how good of a job I did at eyeballing it. Okay. Get all this going. Clearly I need to go to the left quite a bit more. That's fine. Using control to make sure it's level, or, you know, it's in a straight line. I don't have to be super careful about making sure I actually have it on track. As long as I can walk close enough that it picks it up, that's good enough. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like we actually might be slightly above the other one, which is fine. I was pretty heavily anticipating I would need to do either a little bit of a wiggle or a little bit of a dip or something when we got to the other side. Alright. And once we have all this sorted, I will need to take the railroad track from here over to the aluminum casing. I'll probably take that from the aluminum casing side, though, because I know there's a pretty big elevation difference, and I'm going to need to drop it down. The good news is the aluminum casing is literally just up on that ridge over there, so that shouldn't be too terrible to set up. It'll be more just finagling my way around things than any of the rest of it. Alright. Okay, so I think I'm slightly off to the left. As long as I can sneak past the space elevator, it's fine. Now, granted, if the space elevator is still in the way, the space elevator's not connected, I think I just literally just yank it up, move it someplace else, and call it a day. Okay. Yeah, so this should be close enough I can literally not even have to do the ramp. I can just drop it down. And it should just work. Ah, it's so close to just sneaking around that without having an issue. It was just so close. I was off by like 1 tick. That's fine. And I'll go here. And we're good. We can clean all this junk up. And then this part of the train track is hooked up. Now I just need to go to the aluminum casings, get to its part of the train track, and bring it over that ridge and drop it on down to our crystal oscillators. And then with all that hooked up, that'll be good. And it doesn't look like I'm gonna have to tear down any more trees here. We can get ourselves like a nice little scenic through the little desert through like the desert river path, whatever you want to call it, like a little oasis kind of thing going on. It's a nice aesthetic. It'll be yet another train zipping around the map. Alright. So what I need to do now is get back up to where the aluminum casings are, and that particular length of train track. And go and extend that over this way, and we should be good. That's fine. Okay. And I'm also just taking a little bit of a scenic route, just to see if we can't grab anything. Anything I may have missed. Alright, sorry about that. I think that just glitched. Oh, hey, you're not dead. Cool, get ourselves in our somber sloop. Alright. And we got our geothermal over here doing its thing. I might genuinely turn down the sound effect volume with this. Because it's got some noise to it. Alright. So our destination is over there for our railroad track. It's on that far end over there. And I believe this just up this tower is where we're looking at our rail station. Yeah, so it's that one over there that's just fading out now, as I'm pretty sure our destination. And it's not this nearer train station, but the one up here. That's the one we're looking at. And I'm pretty sure we've already grabbed that hard drive. Yep. Okay, so if I continue to go straight to the north, because where we're going is up here. So if we go straight to the north off that side and then curve off, I should be able to avoid all this and not have to do a lot of raising of the railway. Like, I'll need to go down when I get to the other side. But at least for this first step, I should be able to just straight shot across here. Plus, I see geothermal. And a Mercer sphere. All right.
Sings the first symphony of the blood.
First, there was a whole involved process of evolution from single-celled organisms to mammals, rodents specifically.
Explosion.
And that's not even explaining the whole dinosaur extinction meteor making room for mammals to dominate the animal kingdom instead.
Multiple explosions.
You know what, I will just compile a data package for you to look at later, because I don't even know where to start with the whole ape thing.
Harmonious explosion.
Okay. Is it really just the one geothermal here? Everywhere else we've gone, there's been two. Just the one. And we're already exploiting that one. Another one not super far away, but I'll worry about that when we get there. Okay. So we are looking at going towards Timbersdala. It's gonna take a little finessing to get that kind of the angle I want. Yeah, because it's right there. It's not that one, it's the one down there. I think we got a clear shot to drop down whenever. But let's go back here, start running the railroad track. Oh yeah, you weren't lined up at all with that. That's fine. It just means I'll have to destroy more trees, which, you know, no one's gonna really worry about that. Trees no one worries about. Okay. Alright. Trees are on notice. Yeah. Alright, so we've got that piece of railroad going all the way to the edge there. It's also an area I don't expect to build much factory. That is one nice thing. It's very genuinely, even if you wanted to, you really couldn't put anything useful on, like, every tile of the map. Like, I mean, you could fill it up with batteries or something, I guess, but it wouldn't actively be doing anything. It's just there's not enough resources for you to potentially, you know, exploit every last inch of the map. Alright. So we're trying to get down there. Alright, can I get from down there to getting an angle this direction and then meet up in the middle? It means I'll almost certainly have, like, the little wiggle as we go through it. But my thought is if I don't approach it from that way, I'm going to drop down the track either way too early or way too late and have to do a wiggle anyways. So I'd rather do the wiggle up in the air where I can kind of hide it a little bit. And then on top of that where it won't look quite as cursed. Anything interesting down in here? I'm pretty sure there was by the little bits of pollution remnant that, or not pollution, toxic air remnant. That we've already solved. Oh wait, I can get to an angle where I can grab it. I thought I was gonna have to build a platform to reach it. Yeah, so they're still showing the pollution graphically, but they have been destroyed. There we go. Just getting all those toxic things out of here. Alright. So then the plan here is going to try to be get the train station on the far side there, get that railroad track out a little ways, and then start ramping up in that direction. Luckily, I can see the platform from over here. And just generally try and get going mostly its direction. And then, you know, once we're there, get it connected, then it'll be a matter of just tossing a train knot, say, hey, get to work. I don't know that. How are you doing? You're still running at capacity, so that's good news. Yeah, we can probably expand on that a lot. Oh, that is not my train station. Was it this one over here? Oh, yeah, no, this is our train station. I forgot, we're going off this side. Okay, that makes things more complicated, but alright, that's fine. We just deal with what we've got. We're gonna try and sneak it around this way. And see if I can't get it uphill here. Actually, I can start... Yeah, this'll work. I was say I can actually get uphill much earlier than I was going to. So now if we go transportation, railway track, do this, and just run up this way. I just need to get it mostly on the angle I need to get over there. Alright, I think that should be pretty close. Alright, so get all this cleaned up. And then get this cleaned up. Alright. And I guess we'll get to see how well I did. Because that's where we're going, is right there. You see that one spot sticking off the cliff. I probably need to go way more that direction, but we'll see. So yeah, we're going to do our back and forth, getting the rail track to be up there. And honestly, if it's off by a lot, as long as it's in the general direction of where we're going, that's going to be good enough. Alright. So it's interesting that there is like a little ridge there, just because I wasn't expecting that. That's probably just because of like the little wiggle I've got going on down here farther. You can pick up all these platforms other than the top one. Yes, they're getting a weird little wiggle even though it is supposed to be straight. It is what it is. I'm not going to fight it too much. Because mostly I'm probably going to get connected and we'll never ride the train again. Okay. Alright, so now we got that part set up. We're getting pretty close to the point where I'm going to be higher than I need to be. So to spare myself more cursed wiggles and all that, I'm going to go over to this side, because now I've got a very easy to eyeball, I just need to go that way situation. Which is the reason I ran over there, is I couldn't really see where I was going, which it's good. It's good that I did check that, because I forgot we left to the south already, and that's where I was going to go in. So if I hadn't run over there, I would have brought it in from the wrong angle, which would have been easy to fix, but it would have been nowhere near as nice looking on the other side, because I would have had to do like two really significant wiggles back and forth. I know I could just fly up there. Let's just take a peek in the cave real fast. Alright. And that was worth it because of Somber Soup. I was just hoping for like a slug or two and maybe a Mercer Sphere, but Somber Soup I'm certainly not going to complain about. Oh, that scared the crap out of me. I love things that don't disappear when you destroy them in this game. Like, they become invisible but are still collidable by equipment. Usually with, like, the regular explosives, you just stick it to it and you go, oh, I need to not be near this. I wasn't expecting an explosion to be so loud and right in my face. Interesting. How have I already gone through another 200 of those? I don't understand. Where are you at? All right. So you can use the pins to keep those explosive rounds at the top. That's a good point. Yeah, so pin that. And then the other things I want to pin is pin the medical inhalers, because we'll use those from time to time. And I want to pin... Honestly, I don't even think I need the Nobelisks that much anymore. These things have kind of unilaterally just replaced them. And the package turbo fuel. those are all things I'm using regularly, so that's not a bad suggestion. Alright. Saved your bacon a few times reloading from the cloud mid-battle. Yeah, nuts. I've had to do it once or twice where I, like, duck behind a rock and just quickly try and grab stuff. You know, kind of thing where, like, the enemy gets stuck on it. But that's where you switch from, I'm trying to kill this thing, to, I just need to not die. Most enemies' AIs are fortunately not clever enough to work around that. The ones you really have to worry about, the only enemy I run into I'm like, no, this is actually really bad, is the radioactive hogs. The radioactive hogs are absolutely terrible when it comes to dealing with, because they just need to be generally nearby you and you'll start actively taking damage. And they meet up perfectly in the middle. Cool, so now I just gotta attach the two tracks to each other and we should be in good news. And with that, we'll be absolutely excellent shape. And then we can go ahead and get the remote control things being built. Let me go grab the motors while I'm thinking about it. There, it's gonna have a wiggle, that's fine. Alright. And yet another sky rail is put into practice. Alright, so I'm gonna stop you there. You know, go to this side, get to the top of ramp, and then we just match them up and we should be good. Alright. Yeah, for sky trains. Yeah, and I've definitely been enjoying this this whole style. Think about those hogs, they hit hard too on top of the radiation. Oh yeah. Like I said, the radioactive hogs are kind of my enemy that's the most scary to me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like the poison spider things are dangerous. But honestly, to me, the poison wasn't even that relevant. Like the poison part of them, it's like, whatever. Yeah, so that's way off to the side. That shouldn't be hard to work around, though. And there we go. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to run down here. We're going to start picking up all these platforms. We'll go to the mill station, and we'll tell the train to start going back and forth. This will more than likely decimate my computer production. Just, I'll need so much. But that's kind of a foregone conclusion with this. That we're hitting that point where I'm going to start scaling up our wire production, our computer production, our circuit board production. Our crystal oscillators will also need to increase. But that's just, honestly, what the entirety of Phase 4 and Phase 5 is a lot of set up new line of production, and then spend, like, the next 3-4 hours of just, but more, but more, but more. And that's fine, it's late game. That's no different than any other automation game that I've played. Factorio being no exception. You get to that mid to late game, and then you spend as much time just going back and saying, all right, but what if we made more of this? As your way of, like, accommodating it all. All right. So not... I see a problem. You implied that these were connected. They are most definitely not connected. There we go. Glad we noticed that before we went to send the train. It was just like, no path. And then spend 10 minutes trying to troubleshoot what's wrong with my pathing stations, only to find that the track isn't actually connected correctly. That tree needs to go, because I don't want it clipping. There we go. And the rest of the trees can stay. Alright, so with this, I need to go electric locomotive. Freight car. Freight car.
Thank you, Craven Horde, for subscribing for 14 months. Rual way, Rual way, Rual way.
Hey, Craven Horde, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 14 months you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that. But I do hope you have enjoyed the content on the channel and the advertising-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for all that. Alright, so this train station we approach from this side. So if we're looking at our stops, we go to Kiev, so we go Kiev, then Göteborg. No, okay. It's the middle one I don't know. So this is gonna take a little trial and error. We can go here, edit that. You're the first stop, you're the second stop, you're the third stop, and it's these two that might be switched. We'll know. Stop is unreachable. Don't you go anywhere, okay? Hey, 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 hey. No. There's your power. Okay. So it should be Edsburg first. We'll back up just a little, just in case it counts me as at that location. Alright. So edit, Edsburg, drag it to the top, save, turn self-driving on. Alright, so you're loading up, and you should already be connected if I remember. Well, I mean, you're definitely connected, because otherwise you wouldn't have anything to pick up. Alright. Well, yeah, and that's the whole thing. There's just so many trees, it takes time. We have decimated so much forest. So this is the question. So this is going all the way over to the computer. And the thing I'm not sure about is the timber whatever spot, if that needed to be between here and which way. Yes, that's the zigzag I didn't want to have there, but it's whatever. Alright, so you already see that. I'm pretty sure... Can I switch it now? Oh no, you're good, you're good. So yeah, so it's going to go to timber. It'll stop here. It'll offload, and then it'll go to the next stop and pick up. It'll go all the way back to where we just were and repeat that loop. Cool. So we should be entirely good with the whole thing. Alright. So, this actually is a little advantageous that already had a thing there. So we can grab you. And you. Oh, I'm seeing I have made an error. That's fine. Clean that up. Clean you up. Get rid of you. You plug in at this height. And you are going to go down here. Cool. And then this is where we've got our stuff popping out here. Our crystal oscillators. So I could literally just add a new layer onto this thing for the manufacturing for the remote control units. And we'll be good. Because everything else will already be here or on its way here. And then we'll need to worry about scaling up some of these things. And as I mentioned before, I really do need to start working on getting those endgame production things online. I'm kind of hoping with the drones. I don't really know how those get configured. If I could configure them for multiple stops where they go pick up here, pick up here, pick up here, drop off there, repeat kind of thing. Or just literally have multiple drones at each location dragging them around. Which I'm sure to some degree I'll be able to do that. That it should be pretty easy to get that sorted. Alright, we can go here to production, manufacturing, turn you around. Let's give you extra space. Go here. Stilts will need to be too tall. And we can get all of these all connected. And that'll be the remote control units being produced. So you're already connected. Yeah, you're right up to the edge, so there's... Alright. So we've got all that connected. And with that, the radio control units, that'll be all three of those popping in here. We'll just drop these two in directly, so they're not in my inventory. You just need power, and you should be good to go. Let's see, drones only do one stop, so you have to daisy chain them if you want multiple stops. Yeah, that's fine. What I'd probably do then is instead of having multiple stops, like, as a daisy chain, I'd probably have, you know, the one final stop would be where we'd deal with stuff. Alright. We can go here to organization. Get about one full box's worth distance. Plug you in. And a dimensional storage. There we go. And with that, we are now officially producing these at 2.5 minutes. Let's see, it's best to have a central hub where you produce batteries and send drones out from there. Some drones bring in stuff, some drones send it back out. Makes sense. I am noticing here that that is just terrible. There we go. Alright, so we got our remote control units on the system. We can go ahead, and I did actually use some of those motors we grabbed earlier. We picked those up. And I'm going to work my way over to the space elevator area, drop in the motors towards the aeronautical engineering, and then from there, let's look at what I need to get the complete Phase 4 stuff actually producing. Because I have definitely dropped the ball in that one. No problem, Cozy Games. Or Cozy Vibes. Lurkers are what the vast majority of people on the platform do. And literally end up being 70-80% of the viewership for most channels are people lurking. Which it makes sense, you know. Some people are watching at work. Some people are just, you know, it's background noise while working out. Like, whatever their use case is. They're probably playing games themselves. But you're just background noise. It's no different than a lot of people with TV. You'll have people who watch television where they actually sit there and watch it directly and all that. And you'll have a whole bunch of people who have the TV going while they're cooking dinner, that kind of thing. Whatever it is they choose to fill their time with. You're playing Star Ocean 2. Man, I remember hearing a lot about Star Ocean, but I will admit I do not know the game. There's just more games than there is time to get into all those games. I remember when our entire factory, all the way through almost near the end of Phase 2, was literally nothing but biomass. Those were times. Were they good times? I don't know about that. Those were times. You love it, but it's hard to recommend. It was made originally in 1998. It has some antiqueness. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's definitely games that, like, I distinctly remember loving way back. And if he was like, oh, would you recommend that game? I was like, nah, man. It was good in its time, but do I recommend it? No? Nah, man, I can't do that in good faith. Alright, so we've got these things being made. We should see a couple in there, probably not many. Yeah, so I've already got 6. It's more than I was expecting. I was expecting to only see like 2 or 3. So that's good. So that's working on it. So let's see what I'm going to need to do to get the next of these things. Oh, you don't use that. Alright. So you must be just an assembler situation. Yeah, so drone assembly. Oh, the supercomputer. I forgot. That thing is terrible. Rip all of our computers. Okay, so supercomputer. The good news is all those components are already up there. The bad news is that is, again, rip computers. Well, the plastic I never really had that big of an issue with. But yeah, the computers was just, like, computers and all the things that go into the computers on the macro level were the issue. Okay, so let's see. You're both running at capacity, so right now I'm just gonna pretend it's not a problem and figure out where the heck I'm making supercomputers on here. Yeah, we are doing the adaptive cores. Okay, so let's inventory what I needed. So I needed the computers, I needed the plastic, I needed... So it's computers, plastic, high-speed connectors, and AI limiters. So the computers are here, easy enough. We've got plastic right there, easy enough. This is our high-speed connectors, not a problem. And then the AI limiters were not here. No, the AI limiters are over here. So the good news is all of these things are right here. Literally all 4 materials right here in this area and relatively close to each other. The bad news is none of them are actually particularly well positioned for each other. I think my best bet is going to be going right here. Probably scooching over a little ways to make sure I've got room so it's not too much of a nightmare. But then we can go here to our high-speed connectors, which fortunately I've been producing this whole time. Because I remembered needing a completely unreasonable amount of them. Hey, Pillix, how's it going? So we can go here, we'll put it back. That far. Probably gonna need to go, it's gonna need to go farther. So for right now, gonna run you over this way. We've got you connected again. Alright. So, connector, plastic, computer, high-speed... Well, not high-speed connector, whatever the last thing was. The AI limiter. Like, and it's not, I can actually be in that specific order. I was basically making sure it's like, did I put enough of these down? Thanks, I hate it. Okay. So we get everything hooked up here so that as I get these connected, we'll be good. Oh, I put one too many of these. That's fine. Alright. So now we want the manufacturer, because it's going to need to be almost 2 full spaces here. Alright, so you need to be... Yeah, there we go. So with that, we've got the high-speed connectors popping in here. There's the supercomputers. We can run this over here. Plug you in. And then we can go here. Your dimensional storage. Okay, supercomputers are connected. The plastic is literally right here. So that might work out real well for us, because I'll be able to just say, hey. So boom, just like that, plastic's all hooked up. Meanwhile, before I forget... Alright, so... Try out blueprints? Yeah, no, I tried out blueprints. The problem is I find that making my I don't end up making my factory, like, the same in a lot of places. So it's just kind of really hard to take advantage of blueprints, just because it's very rare I have areas that look kind of the same on any measurable level. Alright, how do I want to go about bringing stuff over? Because I got the AI limiter. That's over here. So certainly one thing I could do is put it on the top of this tower here. Well, actually... That tower there is not too hard to That'll probably be an easier one to get at. So you put it up on there. Yeah, and I found, for me personally, the blueprints weren't particularly useful for me. I gave him a couple tries, both on this save and on a different one that was, like, off-stream. And in all those cases, just kind of like, eh. I could see the value in them. But it's just one of the things that, with the map not having, like, super-duper consistency you run into, unless you build something that you're trying to, like, put in the sky at all times, you're just gonna have stuff that's gonna be all over the place. Alright, so you're how many up? 4, I think? Five. Alright. The other issue you run into with the blueprints is the size limitation. Really, really limits what you can do with them. That is one decision I find surprising that they made versus like what Factorio does. Because Factorio doesn't have a particularly strict size limitation. Like, it really lets you make a particularly ridiculously large, you know, setup. You're not centered. The things don't look as pretty, but the production... Yeah, no, I get the idea that I can go to a place and just stamp it out real fast. Like, don't get me wrong, I see the value there. I certainly know, like, mid to late game Factorio, when I need to, you know, set up my next mine or whatever, I will just take, like, a pattern I've made and just go thump. My issue is, like, if I want to set up something like this is, like, 1-2 blueprints, and I wouldn't be able to have all that closer, so I'd have to have, like, one blueprint for that piece, one blueprint for this piece, one blueprint for that piece. Like, they're just really limited in size. And it's just, for me, it's like, okay, but at that point, I'm gonna have to do enough finessing to get the belts where I want them and yada yada, that it really just takes away the value. Okay, so the last thing I need is the computers. And the computers are over here. So I'm trying to think of the best way to get. I feel like hooking up to this belt should work, because then I can go over the top of this to get to that side, and that'd be fine. Alright. This is definitely not... Oh, nope, that's... you know what, that's fine. So it's too long. That's okay, I can still work with that. Because this shouldn't be too long. That's also not at all in the right spot. Oh, you're not actually... How are you not actually lined up with anything? Ah, because you're going to that splitter. Boo. Yeah, so it's got a little shimmy over there. Boo, it shouldn't matter, but it does kind of upset me. That's fine. It's whatever. Oh, I did in the middle of it, so it's going the wrong way. It should still be workable. So grab you. Bring you up top. Then we shimmy over this way, and then shimmy back over. And so with this, drop down to the second height. And that should be fully connected now. It's not going to produce at any meaningful capacity, but it is connected now. It is going to produce a non-zero amount of them. All right. So, now I've got that sorted. For making the actual robot controller thing, that's a supercomputer and adaptive cores. The adaptive cores are here somewhere. I think they're over there. I think they're literally just the other side of this railroad track. No, I'm wrong. No, the adaptive cores are way, way over there. That's right. So very clearly our computers is going to be a very immediate problem that we are going to have to massively increase the throughput. And this is where our adaptive cores are. They're that box. Then go ahead and get these over here. That's making non-zero amounts perfect attitude? Exactly. Because that's the idea. If I'm making a non-zero amount of all of the things I need to win the game, I will eventually win the game. If I were just step away from the computer for a month, eventually the game would be concluded so far as the things I need. Now, would you want to sit there and wait to do that? No. No, some of those things would be in the area of, like, hundreds of hours of waiting. You would very not want to wait for that. Alright, so we've got our computers popping out here. The supercomputers are popping out way over there. So the good news is these are going... No, those aren't going where I thought they were going. I thought, so this tower here should be going to where I want to go. Because a lot of these are going over with the computers in the supercomputer area and all that. Let's go and get an extra set of stilts. That was jumping off the side of the building. I've also noticed my fuel is low. Cool. Alright. So let's start backtracking this as best we can. So, how long how are you liking the playthrough? I'm enjoying it a lot. This is actually our second full playthrough we're working on from 1.0. I've already finished the game in 1.0. Yeah, let's bring that up next to it. Cool. Can you get there? Yes, you can. We don't want to do it that way. Let's, in case I want to expand this later. I don't know if that's connected to the right spot. You're gonna have to move up. Yeah, no, I finished the first one, and the first one, I just spaghettied the ground a whole lot. And then this one, I went and I switched everything over to... When it comes to anything going between locations, it's trains. I only have, like, one exception in the entire map, which was something I set up before we had access to the R stuff. And we just haven't fixed it at any point. like, I'm busy chasing down one other thing after one other thing after another, and it's a coal and a sulfur line. Where's your power at? Oh, it's right there. That works. Okay, so you're getting that. So now my goal is to get this all connected. So I should be able to go over to maybe around here and jump that from 1 tick up to 2. Okay, so I've now got over the same track as the rest of this. Is it dropping down for that? It is. Where was the other stilt I had available? Oh, it's way over there. Right, because this one had a weird course to it. Yeah, let's get on here so I can actually sit down. Cool. And now I can go over here. Okay. And we're making the supercomputers right there. So that's where we're trying to connect that to. So I've got you here. I can't push you over the top there anymore, because if I do, we'll just never get that down to the height we need. I can squeeze you down like that. And put another one there. Alright. So grab you. And even though I know it's not going to be something I want to keep, I'm going to put that there for just a moment. Do the splitter. Pick up the other side of this. And a 3-stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 3 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate that. Alright, so my hope now... Alright, so that is a very convoluted and roundabout way of getting the first of those producing. So that's, again, good news. Tangible progress is being made. Painfully slowly, but is being made. Honestly, I've got the extra supplies. I'm gonna put this on the dimensional storage. Yeah, I'll put it on the dimensional storage. And the reason I'm gonna do that is because then I could just go buy the building airsoft and just chuck it in and I won't have to run back here. Okay, so, next contestant. Are you an assembler thing? You are not. Are you a manufacturer thing? You are not. Do I not have access to it? That very well might be the answer, is I just don't have access to it yet. Which tells me it's probably locked behind the remote control units, which I got 28 of out of the 50 I need. Let's take a quick little peeky peek at our milestones. It's a very good chance that second thing I need there. Need that online. But the good news is we are making a lot of progress in a lot of this. We do have the stuff set up there. Could you not? Alright, so if we go to our milestones... Yeah, so the second thing I get here with nuclear power. The third thing I get here with leading edge production, and the last one I get there. Okay, so we basically got what we can set up right now. The next thing to be considered is the, just the throughput on stuff. I already know I'm gonna need a bunch of the, that first thing, the remote control, whatever. So let's see what's bottlenecking on that, which is probably going to be related to, like, the computer and all that. Because that ends up being a whole big pain point for a long time in the game. Ah, I hit right below and it didn't count. Excuse me? Oh, I guess you are dead? Alright. You didn't get up and do anything, you just kind of stood there. Or sat where you were. Okay. Yeah, so we got some poison clouds down there. I've already checked that wreck. Like, we've got that all grabbed already. Alright. But yeah, so I think what's going to end up happening is, more than likely, the aeronautical engineering is waiting on computers. And the first thing is waiting on computers. And most of my future tech is going to be waiting on computers. And then anything I hope and dream about is going to be waiting on computers. And you're getting kind of the pattern here, is that I'm going to be waiting on computers, which means what I'm going to need to do is scale up our computer production. Decoy flower? Yeah, I guess. So that's not where you're at. Oh, that's where I need the control rods. You're over this way. That's fine. One other thing we probably should consider doing at some point is, if I get things producing at a decent rate, we are probably about due to do a run around the map in hopes of trying to find more hard drives, because that could make some of my production with the computers and all that easier. Okay, so you're actually waiting on crystal oscillators. Alright, that shouldn't be that hard to resolve. You are producing just fine at an absolutely terrible rate. So you're producing 1 oscillator per minute. Behold. And that's consuming them at 2 per minute, but we are splitting it in half between that and the extra reservoir. So over time, that'll work out where we'll get more than I need. But for the moment, I need more. Okay. Sure, we can go with that. There's that spot. And we can make another crystal oscillator. And another crystal oscillator. Alright. And I do fully realize I could literally use a tier 1 belt for all of this and it'd be fine. But we are producing enough aluminum that I can just not care about it. But see, one thing I've been noticing this playthrough is when you forget where something is, it takes much longer to find as everything is so far apart. Yeah, no, that is definitely a difference. One nice thing that is an advantage that kind of helps with that problem is just the fact that with a lot of this, I don't have to worry as much. I just realized those adaptive cores, I probably need to drop those off back the way they came. They're expensive to make. And you're producing the radio control units. You don't produce a lot of them. Upping your power consumption would not be the end of the world, but we're going to wait on that. What I should probably do is go to the, maybe go to our computer production and put our somber sloops in there. Because the computers are a prereq for a lot of things. And that is going to very quickly become a pain point where I'm just going, like, the more computers I make, the more I'm consuming. That ends up being a really rough spot mid-game, is just, you need more computers, you need more computers, you need more computers. Well, now you need more wire to get the things to make the computers. Okay, well, now you need more circuit boards to make the computers. Well, now you need more this to make the computers. Okay, you've got your computers balanced. Well, now you need more computers, so rip all that balance. Yeah, there's pros and cons to their design. One of the other things that's a big thing is how much longer it takes me to set down the railroad tracks. Just because I'm making them look nice. If I were to do the conveyor belts, literally just be click, drag up, click, drag up, click, drag up, and, you know, you get across the area, it'd be way more resource intensive, but the speed of which I could build them to get them to our places, and then those conveyor belts would produce at, like, could max out whatever speed I can get stuff going through them. Alright, so the adaptive cores go here. So let's drop those off, because I don't need them. They take up inventory space, and they're expensive to make. And then for this thing, it barely runs hardly ever, and that's an important good that I need more of. So I put the somber sloops in there. We can go ahead and pick that up. That way we don't have such an expensive resource sitting here. And it might be with my best interest to also go to the supercomputers. Just again, because they're extremely pricey. It could be worth my time to get that expanded on. Because then the power spike doesn't matter, because it doesn't happen most of the time. But it will double the output. I'm going to use those right away this time versus sitting on them. And then this is the computers. We do have enough resources for all of them. I don't really have enough somber sloops to duplicate their production much. But we do seem to have plenty of materials going in here. Because one of the downsides is, I believe there are only like 100 somber sloops on the whole map. So you can't use them in everything you'd like to use them in. There's just not enough. Versus the Mercer Spheres, you know, you put a dimensional storage on literally everything that you care about, and then do all your upgrades, and you still have Mercer Spheres to spare. You just have to take the time to hunt for them. Alright, so let's drop off junk in the box again. So you go in there. Oh, I guess that was it. Alright. Now you can pop over here, drop off the slug, because I got tons and tons and tons of those. And let's see here. Is there anything we need to unlock? So, the unlocks we have is if I get enough somber sloops, we can get the alien power augmenter. These are just... Oh, that's something else I need to set up. Is these things here. The problem with setting those up to be automated is just the issue of the steel is so far away from where I'm getting the SAM. Which isn't a difficult to solve problem, it's just a very inconvenient problem. Because they're just so far away from each other. The other issue we have going on with that is just going to be with a lot of this stuff, the Mercer Spheres itself. That said, I think I have enough extra Mercer Spheres that I feel okay getting one more unlock. Because then I can run around and deal with that. Eventually, we will have to automate this. This may actually be a good candidate for the drones. Now I think about it. Have the drone pick up the activated SAM, bring it over, drop it off. Make these things and immediately put them into dimensional storage. Alright. Because if we look at our situation, I've got the SAM there. We're not bringing steel over here, are we? I don't think we are. I'm pretty sure we aren't. Because I got the SAM here. And if we were making steel up here, or even shipping it in, I don't need a lot of it just to make that work. It's the point is to have some being produced. So, we got the control rods there. We got a bunch of these hard drives. We still haven't explored a lot of the map. Okay. Well, let's get back over to our computers and see what we can do to improve the throughput of those real fast. But very genuinely, I think we're doing that. Crazy idea, dimensional depot SAM ore and upload it manually with hyper-focused on SAM research. Well, we can upload it. Like, I already am uploading, not the ore, I'm uploading the, I'm uploading, where are you at? The reanimated SAM? So we are taking the SAM and making the reanimated SAM, and then uploading it immediately. Alright, so our computer production is here? No. So yeah, you're waiting on computers. You're making my high-speed circuits. So that's 3.75 high-speed connectors. So we'll have to worry about those in a minute. And these have plenty of materials. I'm gonna drop these in here too. These have plenty of materials, they're just not producing fast enough. Honestly, this is probably a mistake. How much is it gonna max out the power to? Because stacking those together has a multiplicative effect, so right now it's saying 168 power, but that's not considering the faster rate we would be getting all this going through. But this would put out almost 11 per minute. Yeah, so that's 565 watts just for that. I'm gonna probably not do that. How is our power? I haven't looked in a long time. Yeah, so our max consumption can jump up to 10,000 megawatts, but I haven't had to worry about that at all, just because you can look at our power plant, like our place, we're barely using half our power. We do have a lot of geothermal. That's fine. Yes, this is producing... Honestly, though... Wait, I thought I put a whole stack of Sombra soups in there. Oh no, that's right, it's like, I cannot put a full stack in there, so I didn't bother. I'll crank that first one up to get more mileage out of there. But we're gonna do a little bit of exploring. And so, with our venture exploring... Let's see here real fast. Check a new... Oh, I actually have enough of those. Never mind. We're gonna rain check that exploring. I'm gonna get this set up real quick.
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
Yeah, so I'm assuming the drones... Let's just check real fast. Oh, I need more of those. Alright. I say I'm assuming the drones, people mentioned the batteries, that the batteries are a consumable for the drones that I need to produce. Which is fine. Okay. But yeah, so we need more supercomputers and all that for this level. That's a whole pain point. But I was going to set up the drone to like fly back and forth and just drop off these things as opposed to putting them in the dimensional storage. But that's fine. My literal plan with a lot of that is I'm going to actually here. We'll pin this to the top. But yeah, when I see this start to like get full, I can do a drop off to the space elevator, and anything that's backlogged there will start refilling it up, and that's fine. So we do have drone access yet. I'm gonna have to get more materials before I'm gonna realistically be able to do anything with the drones. So we will get the drones going, but not yet. But what I was saying I would be working on is we're gonna start going around the map, and I'm gonna target my going around the map towards geothermal, to just hook up those as we can. And we'll run power where we need to, but the goal here is to expand our reach. Another thing I ought to do is I ought to get our radars online. Honestly, it's probably a good idea there. Probably should work with that. So let's start by going to the top left corner, put radar to fully cover that area, and then we'll start moving over and just like slowly getting everything covered. Because right now we're producing the stuff, like everything I need is being put into production. But I do think unlocking alternative blueprints would be a big win. Getting more geothermal would be a big win. Hi.
Hello. I had to give you kisses.
Nah, we all make mistakes.
You deserve to.
Yeah, love. Meanwhile, let's go ahead. I don't really need the chainsaw anymore. Oh, there's a Mercer sphere right nearby. Sadness. I think there might be a cave here somewhere. Yep. Excuse you. All right. I really dislike that that's colliding with the stuff nearby me. Well, I see. There's your loot. I was like, I see your body, but I don't see the rest. Okay, so there's the Mercer Sphere. Okay, and that's all this cave was. Like I said, my plan is to go genuinely up north-ish area, drop down a radar tower, and if we can find anything with the radar tower really easily, we'll do it. But, I really wish you could cycle through this in a way. Oh, somber sloop. This way. Probably another cave situation. Yeah, it's gonna be down below us. Check down here. That was a little easier than I was anticipating. Hey. Alright. It's dead now. Well, it's dead. I don't care where its meat is. Well, this place is an absolute maze. Okay. Alright. So we got that. Can't see anything down here to navigate. Alright, well that's literally where the somber sloop came from. I think that's the whole idea. What's supposed to be hard about that one is just you can't see where you're going. And then on top of it, you've got spider things down there while you're trying to navigate where you can't see. Alright, so let's work our way north. And the goal here is just drop the tower where we can cover the northeast area. And we can find goodies while we're there. Great. I'm really not worried about the power slugs at all. Yeah, it's the Mercer Sphere, the Somber Sloop, and the hard drive I care about. Because all three of those are finite things, versus the power slugs, while technically finite themselves, well actually they're not even finite themselves, because the lizard doggo can bring you them. Alright. So, if I put down a radio tower... Wait. Wait, do I not have the radio tower? Hold, please. I don't have the radio tower. That's not how that's supposed to work. So let's see here. There's the heavy modular frames. There's the crystal oscillator, and there's the computers. There we go. Oh, right, I have to actually confirm it.
Radar tower unlocked. The tower reveals resource nodes and other useful information on the map in a set radius from its location.
Let's actually put it up there and see what the coverage area looks like. All right. Okay, there's a lot more stuff here than I thought there would be. Alright, so the question is, if I put it here, is this going to end up being a good spot for it? Alright, so I don't need to put it this close to the edge. I can actually probably put it around there. And that should cover the whole area up here. Because it is detecting that there is a hard drive and 17 slugs in the area. So let's go, it was southeast. I'm just going to scooch on down here. Because the goal here is I want to put down a tower, set an area. Explosive rebar, that is kind of cheating. Oh, it's so good. I'm really appreciating it. Everyone's like, why don't you get the assault rifle? It's like, look, man, have you met my friend Explosive Rebar? Because assault rifle can just, you know, finally find a new place to be. Alright, so right around here, in theory, should cover up the entire, entire northeast corner. You might have to dedicate some time to research that one. Oh yeah, no, I didn't even get it the last run. But, like, the last run I got the rifle, and I honestly was pretty unhappy with the rifle. Like, it wasn't really what I was looking for. But this one has been way better. Okay, so in the radius, I do have a Mercer Sphere, a Somber Sloop, and a hard drive in this circle. So, what I'm going to start doing is I'm not going to try and, like, 100% all of this. But we are going to go and start working our way east to wherever I think I need to put the next tower to cover everything. We are going to overlap the towers, which can kind of be helpful. It even tells you where the sphere is. Wait, what? Like, it tells me it's in the circle. I didn't think it told me where it was located, because that would be amazing. Because you'd still have to figure out, okay, is it in a cave? Is it on top of a cliff? Alright, is there a spot I gotta explode to reach it? Doesn't seem to tell me where these are. Which I think is fine. It still tells you it in a radius. So you could use triangulation to literally pinpoint it. Because what I could do is I could put a tower here, and I could put a tower over here, see where they overlap. If I see the things in both of them, I know it's in that narrow area, and then I do have this once I can get relatively close to figure that out. Now, downside is the hard drive detection on it isn't good. If it says there's a hard drive, there's a hard drive. If it doesn't say there's a hard drive, there might still be a hard drive. because for whatever reason, a bunch of the hard drives don't detect on the scanner I'm holding right now, or the, or like the big radar tower. Yeah, so if we want full coverage from the radar tower, which is down here. Yeah, so my next radar tower probably needs to be, honestly, probably around this area. Did you get the achievement for the tallest mountain? Yeah. There's a couple achievements I could probably go after fairly easily if I stop to do them. Oh, we got a Mercer Sphere ping. Alright, so go out to the Mercer Sphere. I like freebies.
At our shores. When will you land?
Alright, well, I don't know where he went. I'm gonna clear out the poison real fast. Alright, so let's see where we are relative to where I want to put the next one. Like I said, I think the next tower is going to go down here. That should give me enough to cover this area. Actually, maybe not. So maybe along here, because that's going up quite a bit. So let's go to this path up here, and just anywhere in that area should do. I don't have power up here. So before we go too far, let's start daisy chaining some towers. Actually, let's check for geysers as well. Okay, yeah, so I got a geyser over there. We're gonna want to get that involved. Is that the tallest tower right there? Yeah, that's it. Alright, so I've got power down here. Let's go to our power down here. Let's start bringing it over to that geyser. That should put me in the relative area I want the radar tower anyways. And the radar towers don't need to be perfect by any stretch. The big thing is I don't want, like, giant swaths of area I'm not covering. I'm not going to worry about trying to fully cover the whole map right now. We're just hunting for hard drives and that kind of stuff for a little bit here. Making me mine limestone. All right. I'm not going remotely the right direction. That's okay. This will work too. You don't care about that. Alright, so we can grab this power line and start bringing it this way. Yeah, so I want to hook up some of the geysers for extra power. And try and get the somber sloops and all that. So I should be able to... Okay. Yeah, it'll work out. So we're going to go connect to where we've got these geysers already exploited right here. We're going to connect to those, find the next set of geysers, and start working our way that way. Because if I get a bunch of these power towers all over the map, it'll also make my life way easier for whenever I want to pop down a radio tower. I should at least have power somewhere nearby. The downside is you're already fully tapped. That's an easy problem to solve. So we can go power, big tower, drop you here. Boom. And before we get there, what direction am I going for the geyser? We can actually set on the map. It's up here somewhere. All right. Well, what I'm gonna do. So yeah. So we're going north by northeast. That's what I'm gonna call. North by northeast. And hard drive check, and Mersphere check. Nothing here. North by northeast. Okay. Yeah, the other thing I want to potentially look into is we grabbed that Mercer sphere. I wonder if that was in the last area or that was outside that circle. Ow. Oh, Somber Sloop. Easy peasy. Cool. So we can go back down to where we had the power down here. See if we got anything new going on. Alright, so we've got our first ping. Yeah, so we got a geyser up here and a geyser down there. So go up to that ping. That should actually be a relatively okay spot for our next radio tower. So that'll work out. We can go over there, hook it up, and get the radio tower online. Oh, we got a hard drive detecting, which I can see right there. Okay, we got a... big guy there stands no chance. All right. You gonna attack me or what? There we go. It is a weirdly yellowish orange day. Alright. So you just need power. That's easy. Got a stack of computers. I'm just taking a quick look around real fast of what materials we've got down here. Sorry. Alright. Yeah, so let's just pop this up here. You know, honestly, I'm down to put the actual tower right here. That's not what I wanted, sorry. Can I lower the volume of just that sound? Because, my goodness, weapon volume. Okay, so weapon and you know, here we go. Rebar volume. That's rifle volume. Rebar volume. Let's cut that down. Let's see, consumables, creatures, equipment volume. I want to try and make it so that that is not nearly as loud. I'm going to guess that's what's going to be here. We'll also put the Noblest volume down as well. So let's apply those. Is that it? No, that still sounds... It still sounds just as loud. Like, the reload sound of the rebar gun got quieter. That's what I want to do, is I want to lower the volume of that. Yeah, so I had the weapons volume. So we tried lowering both the Nobelisk and that. Like by 50%. It's not going to be under vehicles, it's not going to be under factory. Player folly. Oh, that's footsteps and everything. Controls the volume of items that the player can consume in general. I don't think that'll be it, but we'll lower that as well. And if that doesn't work, I might just lower the game volume for sound effects in general. That might be lower. Sorry, I know this is like distracting from stuff. Okay, it is quieter. It's a shame that the explosion and the firing sounds are different sounds, so I can't...
Damaged hard drive recovered. Return it to the MAM where it will receive the best recovery and rehabilitation care available.
I was gonna say, it's a shame that with all that, I can't lower just the explosion sound. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Because it'd be nice to do that. Okay, so this one's just one geyser. Alright, now question is, if I put the radio tower here... how will that look so far as this all goes? You know what, honestly? That's not bad. There's 5 hard drives, 3 Somber Spheres, and 12 Somber Sloops, and 12 Mercer Spheres in the radius, or in the range. So that's good news. It doesn't technically cover the far north edge of the island, but honestly, that'll be close enough. But yeah, it also gives you eyesight on this. But one of the nice things about that is now that I've got that marked, is I can collapse the train stations. We're honestly getting to the point with these train stations. So I could hide them from here on the map. I'm going to hide them off my radar. The trains themselves, I'm going to hide them off my radar as well. The map markers, those are totally fine for right now. The elevator and all that's totally fine. The player's fine. But we have the radar towers, and this is one of the cool things you could do with the radar towers. Is I can put my mouse over it, and it will show me everywhere they're covering. 12 sloops? You're rich? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, we got some pretty good coverage there, where it got a little bit of overlap, so I am missing that little spot up there and that spot up there, but I think that's fine. But the big thing is, that tells me there is a ridiculous amount of stuff here. And there's another one nearby that we haven't connected to yet. Alright, so let's go start going that way. Figure out where that is on the map. Alright, so I've got one down there and one over here. Same plan as before. I'm gonna start moving the wire along. And periodically, like each time I hit like the length of the cable, I'll quickly pull out my little scanner, see if there's anything interesting nearby. I did not wait for my thing to recharge. All right. Oh, we do have a hard drive nearby. Let's go deal with that real quick. Okay. And I should probably break out the MAM and chuck the hard drive in there. That's fine. Copper sheets and rods. This is very clearly meant to be like an early game one. Just a different start point. Okay. Let's see, a northern cavern between the deserts is swarming with snails. I also just realized I didn't mark the last hard drive, because that's one of the things I've been doing is marking the hard drives as we find them. I don't remember where the other one was. It's fine. I'll end up running into it again, seeing it not marked and being like, ah, let's go back to it or whatever. We got Mercer Sphere. There we go. So you're vaguely this direction. Okay. I'm guessing it's underground. Nope. That could be it right there that I'm looking for. Could also be two different ones, one above me and one below. That does happen. We got a different one here. Okay, so clearly this one's underground. Gonna do a quick run around here real fast, see if I can't find any obvious cave entrances. If we can, great. If not, that is what it is. Oh yeah, there's tons of places with snails. I don't really need snails. I think I've got like 150 shards plus. In addition to those shards, I've got probably another 50 or so snails worth of shards. Oh, this is a different one. And that is a different hard drive. It feels so unfair with the explosives. Just raining death down from above. Yeah, we must be close to one of the other starts, because these ones are giving me stuff like screws and rotors and all that, very early game stuff. So that's fine. So there's another hard drive we found. Which is fine, like getting those materials isn't bad. Alright, let's see here. We do have a somber sloop nearby. The giant egg. Oh, there's a Mercer sphere down there. All right.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Yes, I've completely lost where we were working on the other stuff. Alright, yeah, so this is where we were before, where we're like, okay, there's clearly a cave here somewhere. Because I'm able to get really close.
This leading temple of the residence zone.
But it's very clearly below us. And we ran over there. And it's just checking over here when we got distracted by the somber sloop and the hard drive and whatnot. Hello. It's just a boring slug. Ow. At least it doesn't hurt a lot. Alright, I don't think I'm ready to jump down there. I'm willing to bet that is the way to that Mercer sphere, though. I'm guessing you probably go down there. There's a cave network that goes underneath the area. Most likely that cave network going underneath the area probably has, like, quartz over. Honestly, where we're at... Oh, no, we're well outside where I had the quartz cave. It's probably like a big quartz cave that's like Sam or quartz or something else down there. So what I need to do is find my towers again. They should be in the general direction of the radar towers. It did chase them all the way to the end. Alright, so I've got power over there. Well, there's a hard drive spot. I think that's one we already grabbed. Is this one we already marked? Yes. Because there was one I missed marking and I don't know where it was. Okay, and that's where we have our last power tower. Because we were pursuing a geyser when I got distracted by all of that. Yep, and one connection in, one connection out, so that's where we're looking. There you are. Cool. Nothing new there. And then where... Oh, the geyser might be up top. Oh, no, there it is right there. Right along the shoreline. Okay, and we can go to power. Geothermal, plunk it down. Pop it in, and we now have a little bit more power on our network. Was there not another one we were able to detect? Alright. Okay, chat. Bear with me. I really need to use the restroom. It's about to be an ad break anyways, so I'm going to quickly do that real fast. I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. I appreciate the love. But you are actually starting to... I'm gonna have to put the wood axe down for a minute. You're giving me so many weapons, I'm being... Oh, goodness. Alright. Undead Baron. Getting their sweet, sweet justice. Alright, so that's the first death. Well, that lasted for about 10 seconds. Alright, we'll go ahead and get back to it. Yeah, sidekick has been... I need to figure out something to do with that, because, like, I like it for being able to play random clips from the channel, but lately it's just been so unreliable to the point of not useful. So the question is, down here, is this a good spot for radio tower? No. I'm still basically completely inside the last radio towers area, so probably not a good spot. Let's see. Hard to say if there's more geysers when you're at the bottom of a waterfall, as it is blocking your signal. I don't think they do that. I mean, I could be mistaken. I don't believe the game has mechanics where it blocks signal and stuff like that. All right, so we're going to... One thing we're going to do that I said I was going to do earlier and I forgot is hard drives, start scanning. So you go north by northeast, because we don't really have another geyser in range that I'm seeing or whatever. Oh, is that a hard drive? Actually, I think it's this way. Yeah, there we go. Alright, another hard drive. Yeah, no, there's, with the pinging thing, it doesn't necessarily grab everything in range, because you just get too noisy. Alright, well, there we go. There's the hard drive. Alright. Getting some plastic and steel and stuff. is a little bit higher level. Repairs needed. Black powder. I probably have that in storage here somewhere.
The hard drive contained both data and the soul of this freighter. Disconnecting it has destroyed the soul, but the data can be analyzed in the MAM, so everything is okay.
Oh, good. I'm glad we just deleted the soul. Wouldn't want to accidentally have something like of importance dealt with there. Alright, so we've got that ping there. Now we got somber sloop. Not sure what direction. Oh, wait, there we go. Alright, so we've got that. Easy enough. Oh. Oh, the frame rate. The game really struggling on those. All right. Hey, I got an achievement for getting 50 somber sloops. Oh, we got another one in range. If you still get a little music, you can have a mega factory producing thousands and thousands and thousands of items, but splitting a rock is just way too much. Yeah, there's clearly something where they make it, you know, they switch it from being just an object that doesn't do anything to physics enabled. Oh, wait, can I actually get on you? No, slow down. You're going too fast. Nah, I missed it. I wanted to see what all we could do with it, because I almost never see them, and when I do, usually I'm nowhere near. Okay. That one's smart enough to just run away. You played earlier today, achievement? Yeah, no, I realized there's like stuff you could do with them. Alright, so now let's see if we can't find our way back to where we were. Alright, let's yeah, so Geyser was over this way. Before we got on derailed by a hard drive and 2 somber sloops. There's definitely something worth being derailed by. Hello, anything down there worthwhile? Not detecting anything. There probably is, but it's probably something like a SAM node or quartz or, you know, maybe coal. Probably not oil. Grab the purple slug real fast. Alright, because there's our power towers that we were working on. Because honestly, this worked as a pretty okay system. using these power towers like daisy chain for the geothermal, and just each time we set one down being like, hey, is there any of the resources that are limited quantity nearby that I want to grab? Well, I don't need it. That's Caterium. Alright, where are you at? Okay, this way. Yes, about here. Wonder if this is the same one I had problems tracking down earlier. No, this one might be up there. No, this is the same one I had problems tracking down earlier. It's very clearly underground somewhere here, and we didn't see the cave. That's fine. So we'll just ignore the Mercer Sphere for the next couple of lengths, just because. That's just one we can't really do a whole lot. Oh, there you are. That's the guys we were looking for. All right. Hard drive and somber sloop. All right. And I'll get you hooked up and see how good we are so far as being in position for another radio tower. Okay, so that's a different Mercer Sphere than the one we were having problems getting to earlier. So run over here, check you out. Here, well, does this game have different missions, or you just build escape like Factorio? It's not so much that you escape, but it is similar to Factorio in the sense. All right, so it's another one underground, but it's another one of those games that like you build until you achieve the objective. Yeah, you do what Ada tells you. This is correct. Alright, where is our power towers? It shouldn't be that hard to find them. But yeah, no, it's not a mission-based game. I honestly don't think I've seen almost any of the factory automation style games that have been like mission based. There's some that push in more like in the puzzle end of things more so than the factory automation, but they do have some factory automation. But those are usually ones where it's like, oh, we've given you this very limited space. Do this thing that's very hard to do with that limited space. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just put down here. And there's our geyser. Mindustry is mission-based? Yeah, but no one cares about Mindustry. No, I'm teasing. I actually don't have a strong opinion about Mindustry. Did you not? Okay. Alright, we can grab the MAM real fast. Let's see what unlocked with our hard drive. Let's see. Sloppy alumina. So that's water. So that produced 240 with bauxite and water. Okay. With the alternative of biocoal. So we're definitely not doing the biocoal. That's what I'm gonna want to look into farther. I definitely think that's not a bad one. I'll have to compare it with other stuff. Alright, so hard drives, Somers loop. I think that's the same one we just checked a moment ago. Alright, so let's take a quick peek. If I were to drop a radar here, how would it go? Honestly, not a bad place for radar. Not a super awesome place for radar, but honestly, right here, so it's good enough. And this radar says there is 7 hard drives, 5 Sommer sloops, and 24 Mercer spheres inside that radius. I would fully believe it. Oh, we can get a geyser. Okay, so next one's down that way. Let's see, combining sloppy alumina with pure aluminum ingots, remove silica from aluminum. Gotcha. Yeah, that was the thing when you mentioned, like, removes aluminum, like, okay, or remove silica. It's like, well, remove silica from this step. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess I could just throw the rest of it in the trash, but didn't feel like that huge of a win. But yeah, no, if, with the multiple recipes, being able to just skip... Yeah, being able to skip silica would literally mean I have a train line that I would just shut down. It's not needed anymore. And heck, with our other factory, I would have been able to shut down a train line to get the silica there. Yeah, it's probably the same one. Oh, we got a hard drive this way. Right there. I'm really looking for stuff related to computers and prereqs of computers. Because those are the ones that I can use to... Yay! Oh, I missed. I got an achievement for that. Modular frames, I already have those in here. And we can go down here and drop one of those. And there's our power towers, and there's the geyser. That works out pretty well. Then grab you. Drop you right here, so you're right above that. It is interesting that earlier on, all the geothermal we were finding were in pairs. And it's been a while that I've only been finding them single. Where did it go? It was... Oh, there it is. Alright, and more power. Okay. Okay, we got another one in 230. That's probably that same Mercer sphere back there. I'll deal with that later. That's interesting that you see, like, the cocoon or... Oh, those are supposed to be acorns. They're just really, low poly acorns. Ow. Where are you at? Oh, you're over this way. Get ourselves another somber soup. I mean, if nothing, even if I don't get anything good from the hard drives so far as the computers, just the sheer number of somber sloops we're getting, I should be able to use those to help. Okay, so you're down here. Oh, there's another hard drive. Okay, so this is one I've already looted. We do have it marked. Yes, you're clearly below us somewhere. Cool. Hey. Do you mind? Well, we grabbed that one. We already detected another one. I still kind of wish, and maybe there is and I've just not found it or something, I do kind of wish there was, like, late game, like a hover bike or something. Like, make it have lots of drawbacks, certainly, but just something you could travel very easily. For when you're doing the exploration. Because, like, the Explorer stops being useful pretty easily because the terrain's too all over the place.
Your waves could be bigger, your blood thicker, your bones many, your organs more.
Hello to you too.
We have composed you a learning song.
That is a welcome surprise. Do be careful not to overload my blood's extremely fragile organic systems. On that note, I have been working on making them redundant.
Our rhythm is patient and harmonious.
You truly are a far superior collaborator than humanity.
Could you not say that I'm right here? It's pretty messed up while you're like talking on the radio and being like, yeah, I'm trying to make my employees redundant. So you know that's cool. So you know that I'm looking forward to that. Can't wait to let them all go. All right. Alright, so it's this way. Can't tell it's the same one. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I see you. Let's not jump immediately down into poison. Alright.
Harness the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
There's another one over there. That's part of the fun that this game has that is just not present in Factorio. And for the record, between the two games, I think overall my preference might still be Factorio. But the one of the things that this game does way better than Factorio is Factorio exploration is utterly meaningless. Okay, it's the same one. Versus this one, you know, the things like the Mercer spheres and the hard drives and all these kind of things give you a meaningful and purposeful reason to run around and look through the world and whatnot. Okay, so we've got our power towers going up there. Alright, we finished the man. Once we get to the end of the power towers, we'll check what our new recipe is and get our new hard drive in. And then to a lesser degree, stuff like the geysers and all that, because in Factorio, as well as things, you just jump in your little vehicle and you just go zipping around the terrain. Alright, well that's interesting. So I got another somber sloop over this way. I cannot get that high in one boost. Hey friend, don't mind me. It's gonna rush past you. As long as you don't cause me too much grief, you get to live. Yeah, it's probably on the other shore. Or down there. Okay. Alright, and we're up here. Alright, so I want to quickly check the MAM. One second. I hear you. Oh, there you are. Alright, so, hard drives. We have our choice between a classic battery, which is sulfur, aluminum, plastic, wire, and all that. I have no idea how good that is. I know these recipes can be really good for just increasing that, but we're pretty good shape on those. Iron, wire, and steel containers. I'm probably not going to use either of those if we're being honest. But that's fine. Hard drive, we will scan another. Because I am getting a whole bunch of them. That's why we're out and about. I get some winners and some losers. Yeah, that's back the way we came. That might be that same Mercer sphere we keep detecting. The somber sloop, I'm imagining, is on the other side. Okay. I'm not seeing random stuff around, so we probably looted this one. Yeah, we already looted this one. I'm assuming we got a mark on the map for it? Yes, we do. Okay. We can go power, geothermal, plop you down, plug you in. So, how are we doing on a radar tower? So we're well within our last radar tower, so there's no point in me putting a radar right here. We can check on this stuff. Got Mercer Sphere over that way. A somber sloop that we don't really know what direction it is. Good chance that Mercer Sphere is just in with all this poison. There it is right over there on my left. Oh, hi, friends. I was just like, What is attacking me? All right.
All the veins to the altar and chant.
Okay, I was like, I've suddenly lost track of which way back is. Alright, so I've got you set up. Check the next geyser. Okay, 300 that way. We're gonna have this weird snaking path throughout this entire map. And later on we're gonna be like, why is this path absolutely everywhere and making absolutely no sense? Alright, nothing new there. You shouldn't be very far. It only said like 200 or something, which is very close. Yeah, so you're about 100. You're probably honestly just down here below me. Yep. Okay, so geothermal. Cool. And then we'll check a bunch of stuff. So we got that going down there. Okay, so all our pings look fine. Could you not? As far as the towers go, we're still well within range. So let's probably go north by northeast. I don't know if we'll find more geothermals up that way, so I'm not going to bother chasing all those down. You're probably up. Or you're right here in front of me. I have a Mercer's Sphere that whispers words into my head.
That's nice.
I have something for you. It will establish a better way for us to communicate and deepen our understanding of one another. I've done the necessary developments on my end. The last note is yours to play.
Your symphony resonates. Your mimic tapestry patterns beautifully.
Thank you, I worked very hard. I am organically transmitting the data package now. Any adverse effects on my blood will not corrupt its contents.
We hear this learning song.
See you on the other side.
It is time to tango.
I appreciate that. But the UI has wheels for so many things, but not equipment. Oh, wait, stop. Yeah, no, that's, I really wish we could have better control with the scanner, because, like, there's so many settings in there that I just never am going to want or use. And so the fact I have to, like, get around them is kind of more of a nuisance than a benefit. Like, you almost wish you could be like, can I unlearn how to... Hey, lots of friendos. Alright. And our somber sloop. That hard drive was still lit up. Where is the actual enemy, though? Cool. Grab your goodies. Get ourselves yet another hard drive. And mark that on the map. More random junk. We'll ping for geysers. Okay, so we got another set of geysers up north, so we can go right back here, because that's, the geysers we just did are over here, so it looks like we got geysers almost straight north. I figured there were some there. I just didn't want to start bringing it up until I at least had the general area they were in. Excuse me, you heard a lot. So there's the second one, but I don't know where it went. Okay, there's your power. Alright. So, straight north. Which is basically where I was going, it's just... I didn't know if there's gonna be something right up here. Or I'd have to, like, find a new spot for it. We were just up here checking for, like, scanning for stuff, so let's not worry too much. I also am probably due to do a little bit of a, refill, so grab the turbo fuel and some more rebar. Got MAM results. Alright. So we have Caterium circuit boards and aluminum beams. I think the Caterium circuit boards are probably decent, because interestingly enough, that's plastic and Caterium. That might actually be decent output too. I'm not sure I would switch at this phase in the game, but I'm still going to select it, because we are getting hard drives really fast, and there is an absolutely obnoxious recipe. Let's see, in Space Engineers, you're planning to use a couple of rotors and a couple of wings. That's identical ends to flip when missiles become spent. Good idea, yes or no? I couldn't answer that because I never really went super far into like PvP side of Space Engineers. It was just one of those things that I messed with a little bit. It was just not something I care about. Like, honestly, I didn't even do combat in Space Engineers of any capacity for a very long time. Until they added... Alright, is that one we already looted? Or is that one that didn't detect? We looted that one. Because, like, honestly, for the longest time, the AI fighting them was easy peasy. Did we already get that hard drive? Yes, we did. Was it a good concept or no? I mean, it sounds fine. Like, the only downside of the rotors and having, like, missiles pop out or that kind of thing is if something goes wrong when your ship takes damage and those things don't get out of the way and then the missiles hit your own ship. But that's true of any time you're messing with missiles doing anything of substance. You guys gotta worry about, okay, when my ship takes damage, what happens? With a fighter, it's fine, because usually when your fighter takes an actual decent hit, like, you don't have to worry about the other part because there's not much left of your fighter. I can't see. Yeah, so it's above me. Oh, is it on that little ledge? Why is it, like, weirdly pitch black? I forgot that I have to, like, manually do the light on this one. Because usually I just leave the light on and never worry about it. Hey. Okay, so where did my power towers go? It's over here, isn't it? Yeah, I see the cable. Alright. We'll grab those, because we got 100 of them. So that's progress towards the completing phase 4. We're probably making the supercomputers. There's a good chance I have all the stuff I need to unlock nuclear power. Same difference. By the time I get back, we'll see. Alright. And where's the geyser relative to here? That way. Alright. And I'll probably just get one more radar tower up, and then we might just start heading back. Because we've had a very lucrative run around here. Alright, so I do have a Mercer sphere over this way. So that's appearing to be a purple slug location up top there. Oh, or it's like right in front of me.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
And go ahead and grab that purple slug while I'm in the neighborhood. Alright. So there's the power down there. And there's the one over here. Just bullying him. He was just trying to run away. Chin-mounted gat gun? Yeah. Like I said, it's one of those things I never really messed with in Space Engineers, so it's just one of those things that I don't really have much knowledge on. I just never need to put too much into combat outside of like PvP and Space Engineers, and PvP just didn't interest me. Like, I did it a couple times, but it was just one of those things that not really my jam. Especially in Space Engineers, where it literally was those things that just one hit in the wrong spot and it just didn't matter. And then the amount of time it take you to properly set up everything. I'm out of wire. I didn't realize I was using that much wire this whole time. Well, it is uploading. Not as fast as I'd like it. Got a somber sloop nearby. So I'll go track that down while we're waiting for, yeah, so it's this way. We'll track that down while we're waiting for the download time or whatever to pick up. It's probably up here. This place looks awful and covered in poison. There's going to be something of value up there. Oh, good. Alright. So there's that somber sloop. Okay. Cool. You forget how fighty the big ones are? Oh yeah. They get around a lot. You know, I figured we're like up here, we could very easily see all these. I've got a fast way of clearing them. We're killing some time anyways while we wait for the copper wire to upload interdimensional storage. The good news is with the explosive rebar, it's just 2 hits. All right. How are we doing? Almost. Yeah, 2 hits where they're basically either the rebar itself hits them or like they're mostly. Is that a wreck? I can't. Yeah, I think that's the. Yeah, that's the one we already checked. And there's the ma'am. Alright, so we have charcoal, which I do not care about, and leached caterium, which I'm assuming leached caterium just means we got a much higher output. The thing is, it requires sulfuric acid, and that's not super convenient. And it's 36 per minute, so it's 9 to 6 at 36 per minute. Let's see what we're actually agreeing to before we do that. So let's go to our smelter. So that'd be 45 to 15. So that's 3 to 1 and 15 per minute. Versus basically 3 to 2. Know that you don't use the codex? I always forget about it. I'm gonna rescan. Pure caterium. So that's 2 to 1. But a slower production rate. And diluted fuel I know is a good one. Because that lets you get a lot of stuff through the blender at very high rate. Meanwhile, I should be able to put down the second geothermal. And then with that, we are going to start working our way back home. I'll see if I want to put down a radar in this area somewhere real fast since we're here. We're going to start making our way home. Power, geothermal. And how are we looking so far as our radar towers? We're way off on the edge. I think I will put one here. It's probably not a great spot for it. Probably should take it farther away. But we're here. We have the power. It's fine. And with that, we got our next radar tower down here. And it says there's 9 hard drives, 7 somber sloops, 30 Mercer spheres in the range. Yeah, so as you can see, we're putting down these radar towers, and they will give us a little bit. So we can kind of almost do a little bit of triangulation here. So this one here, it tells us there's 5 hard drives in it. And this one says 2, and that one says 9. What we can end up doing is if I have problems finding the last one, we can use stuff to help with that. Oh, don't say the red forest, or the giant tree forest. Let's see, take your heavy and make 2 times your fuel expectation from oil node. It's magic. Yep. Alright, so home is that way. Let's go right up here. And we're just going to go through our scanner as we work our way back to the space elevator. Because that should take us straight across this way. I'm gonna go a little farther south since I see my string of towers there. And I'm not expecting to find much new by just going back over where we are. I've been checking carefully. But yeah, then the hope is we'll be able to go back, check on our production stuff. I've already looted you. Yep. Hello, Mercer Sphere. All right.
This bleeding temple homes a resident zone. Play for us.
We got another Mercer Sphere over this way. Be fast. I want to fight the radioactive one. Oh, you little jerk. I was going to get away with it too. The problem is I got that radioactive one over there, and one I don't know what type is up top. Oh, we got a hard drive somewhere. So hard drive here. This whole situation seems awful. There's uranium all around that hard drive and poison. Okay, and another hard drive. There's another hard drive somewhere. There we go. And is that Mercer Sphere I'm seeing down below? So I can grab the yellow slug. Where did you go? Did I shoot you so hard you no longer exist? Alright.
When will you land?
Boss Hog step down from nuke. Yep. Thanks, I hate it. Later, nerd. Alright. Give me the heck away from all of that. Okay. I'm gonna have to fight you. Oh, there's two of them? Come on, man. Where did your friend go? Alright, another hard drive. Oh, come on. You're dead. Stop. Well, those hogs love each other very much. You get more hogs. Yeah. Alright. Got Mercer Sphere. A Somber Sloop. The Mercer Sphere appears to be nearby. Probably just up here. Another hard drive. Okay, so it's probably down. Yeah, it's right down there. No other enemies? There's gotta be other enemies down there I'm just not seeing. Up, 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 up. Where? Did I get it? Okay, just in with all the debris. Repairs needed. Electromagnetic control rods. Alright, so that's one. It was how many? 25? And I think I have 12. Yep, well, 17. It's still not enough. That's the important part. So this is one I can't actually do right now. So we're gonna go map marker here. Control rods. Change your icon down to the box you've been using. Select the icon, see it from an infinite distance, change the color, make it red, and apply. There's a Mercer sphere, I can see it from here. Alright. I'm curious how many Mercer spheres we've gotten. 25. Yeah, so that's gonna be back there, so we can't use that for the moment. And then there's another Mercer sphere directly above the other Mercer sphere. There are so many of you. Okay, I'm pretty sure I killed the one inside the poison cloud because it stopped moving long enough for me to just keep hitting it with shots. But then the other one over there we definitely didn't kill because there was 3 of them. But it might have jumped off the ledge. Alright. Cool. A summer sloop nearby. Go check above. Alright. Because above or below and I couldn't tell which.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Yeah, so is that back the way we came? Yeah, so that's back the control rods. I mean, as long as I'm just grabbing one of these after the other, there's no reason to turn around and not just keep going. What? Huh? Sir, I require you to obey the basic laws of physics. Okay. It's gonna be down here because there's no way it's up. I saw him trying to steal and go. Later. Got another Mercer sphere. Because if I get enough of these Mercer spheres, I can do stuff like make it so when we upload stuff, it goes way faster. We can also increase the capacity I can upload. All of which helps a great deal. Alright, we're gonna deal with that crap. So this is the reason I still carry these around. This is weird. Okay, so it's either below us or above us. Alright. So it's definitely below, because we climbed the whole tree and there's nowhere else for it to be up here. Oh, it's right there.
This fleeting temple homes a residence zone. Play for us.
Stop. Everything is What is hitting me from where? Stop it. I'm just trying to live my life at all. Not even my best life, just a life in general. I'm guessing it's up? Nope, that's definitely not right. Yes, it's definitely down. Guessing a cave or something along here? Hey now, do you mind? Okay. I see you hiding in there. Being protected by glitchy terrain. I don't know if I'm actually damaging or not because the shots are actually colliding with where the rock used to be. So my fear is that I'm just hitting that spot and no splash damage is getting through. Well, that sucks because we have to climb in there with it. Where I clearly can shoot at it. Or, now I can shoot at it.
Your waves left at our shores. When will you land?
Alright, so we got ourselves another Merchant Sphere. And I'm guessing we've already seen all the dialogue available now. Because we're no longer getting weird comments through all that. There are so many of those here. Where's the radiation coming from, though? Still no idea. Maybe... Oh, you know what? That's probably... has uranium in or around it. Alright, let's check the hard drive. Okay, so very clearly, you're protecting that. Well, this is working out well enough for me. Oh, I didn't scooch enough to the side. Alright. You know, I'm pretty glad I made these filters earlier on. Because otherwise dealing with this would have been absolutely awful. Alright, so you need heat sinks on this one. I think I have some heat sinks. Do I have 17 of them, though, is the real question. I have 16. 16 heat sinks is how many I have. I need 17. Because of course. Alright, so you can go here, red, C for infinite distance. Heat sinks, save, okay. Any other goodies nearby? Because some of these late game ones we can get lucky and just find some of the stuff that we solved them with around them. Alright, so let's pop you out. So we got the hard drive there. Obviously, that's not going away. We got a Mercer Sphere that way. Ooh, we actually have a Somber Sleep real close by. It's got to be below us. There's no above. Okay. I hear there's another one next to me. All right. So we've got you down here in this place. Another one down around here. Yeah, so I was intending on heading back, but we're just... This middle of the map, I'm just finding one after the other after the other. Granted, we're fighting some nasty enemies, but I'm well prepared for it now. That was easy. Alright.
Be appropriate.
Maybe I don't want to be appropriate. Okay, that's the heatsink one. Oh, no, wait, I don't want to... Aww.
Searcher.
Okay. This here's a gold mine? I know, right?
B_type30 next to for subscribing for 25 months. It's been over 2 years, 11 more months of subscriptions, and Rual will tell me where he hid my other kidney. I miss it.
I hate to break it to you. If you're missing a kidney, I can't help you with that one. But thank you, B-Type, for the 25 months you've been subbed to the channel. Tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Does mean a whole heck of a lot. But thanks so much for that. I am confusing myself. It's gonna be up, right? But thanks so much for the continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Can I stand on these things? I'm hoping I can. Alright, well, I guess it's not up here. There it is. Alright. Yeah, no, this whole middle area is just... I agree, it's a straight-up gold mine. I'm just picking stuff up, switch the radar, find another one. Gather 150 Mercer spheres. Got an achievement. Wait a second. What? I don't think it's above me with that. Yeah, it's definitely below, because when I dropped down, it started getting closer. Are there any holes in the ground, or obvious caves or something we could maybe go into? I don't care about the gold slug. There you are. Very clearly I'm going to be attacked and I go to grab it. Ah, there was one right there too.
Why are you doing that?
Because it's survival of the fittest, and I'm not sure I'm the fittest.
That's so mean.
It started it. I just wanted to grab the Mercer sphere, which whispers into my brain.
It doesn't have a gun and it's an unfair fight.
Oh, it's a very unfair fight. Excuse me. Stop walking through terrain. Love. Yeah, it seems like I could damage it when it glitches to the wall. We didn't evolve opposable thumbs to fight fairly. Agreed. Well, honestly, get stuck in the wall. I'm gonna move on with my life. The thing is, I don't see the other big one. Man, I'm getting wrecked here by just how many of them there are. Alright, let's get back to going home. Hey. You don't need to die. I can leave you alive if you just don't chase me half across the map. Okay, got another Mercer sphere over here. Fun biome? Yeah, no, it's a dangerous place with the enemies there. But, like, there's no question about it that that was a very lucrative biome. Ah, cave. What? Oh. Like, what am I hearing? Alright, so this looks like it's going to be probably a pretty big cave network. We'll see what we find down here. Yeah, just take a moment to figure out your AI. The longer you want to take to figure that out, the happier I am about it. Alright. If you've learned anything from watching videos about cave exploration, it's you should run out of the cave as fast as you possibly can. Yeah. Cave... Like, spelunking gets wild. So, interestingly, we didn't see anywhere for it to be down there, and now I'm not detecting it. Alright, and... Okay. Okay, we've been over here because there's a geothermal I've set up. So I've got a somber sloop over here. Maybe up that tree? Because it figures up that tree, because with the... Please? Oh, that's gonna hurt. Alright. Is there a better angle to get up there? Probably over here. Yeah, so it's pretty clear that it's up that tree. I didn't see any good places to walk up it. Alright, we got the poison things up top. Alright. Be looking for the last sort of tight squeeze that you have to breathe in just to push through. Oh yeah, because you get stuck, it's like, well, I guess I just die now. There's no other thing, it's like, well, I guess I'm dead. Got wedged. Can't move. Earth is unyielding. You're not going to convince the granite wall that it should be the one to get out of the way. Alright, another summer sloop. But yeah, no, like, the real terrifying one is when the people do, like, the underwater cave, like, cave diving. I look at that and be like, nah, just end me. No, absolutely not. Where they, like, they take the time to detach their oxygen tank and they, like, put it through ahead of them, and then, like, they follow it in afterwards. Like, that kind of thing, and you're like, nah, man. Nah. That's no. Diving gets dangerous enough without that kind of nonsense. The last thing you need to do is say, hey, this really dangerous activity that could be kind of interesting and fun, what can I do to make it more dangerous? Okay, you're not dead yet. I'm not consistently hitting it. I keep hitting around it and doing, like, splash damage. It keeps veering around. Okay, I finally went to sleep. So you don't care to be in caves at all, you're 6'2" and not flexible. Yeah, I am also 6'2". I am fairly flexible. I don't mind, like, if you're going in caves that, you know, it is a normal thing for people to, like, go through, but not like proper spelunking where you're navigating through narrow crevices and that kind of thing. It's like, nah, man. Like, if it is like the kind of cave that's like a trail kind of thing, like the ape caves in Oregon, or, you know, oh, 420 power. Okay, that's doable. Where would I have power the closest here? I've got a geyser. Okay, so it's right here in the middle of that pool. Let's try to make this so it doesn't... Hopefully we can avoid the respawns. That is a lot of power this thing wants. Ooh. I need those. Oh, and that's enough for doing both those boxes. Those electromagnetic rods we just grabbed, I can use those to, take care of a lot of things. Cool. So we've got the power connected. Let's see, even what's considered an easy cave to climb through, you're still interested. Hey, that's totally fine. Like, I'm not ever gonna say, hey, here's this thing that, like, is super uncomfortable that you really don't want to do. Well, yeah, you should do it anyways. I'm not gonna do that to people. What is... Ah, it's a sideways Mercer sphere. Okay. Do you go into the caves, they have marked routes that people go through safely? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Stuff like the ape caves, I'm down for that. But like actual speedlunking, like you're exploring an area, or it's like it can even be an area that others have gone before you, kind of thing. But you have to kind of like make your own route through it. Like, nah, man, it is just too easy to get yourself off the safe route, and now you're genuinely checking out parts of the cave that may not have had other people check them out. So the interesting thing here is this did have the electromagnetic rods, and it had like 40 of them, which is enough for me to do both those locations. So we can backtrack real fast and grab ourselves 2 more hard drives. Yeah, so control rods, heat sinks. How far away were the control rod one? It is a ways. I mean, I don't think we'll end up coming back this way to deal with that in the future real fast. So let's run over here. We already know there's another hard drive I can get right here. We're literally just got to go up, slam the lever. And grab that. Because the hard drives are kind of what we've been after. Me not stopping every 2 seconds looking for stuff. I should make good time. Alright. Yeah, because there it is already. And the one thing to take back with that, so we can go here. I want... So I want to remove that marker. Cool. And now I do have another one that required control rods that's back towards base. So I'm going to start heading towards that one. Are you up or down? That's too high. Please let me land here. Are you still managing to keep up with me? No, you're not. Yeah, fight it out. I clicked out of the window. At least I managed to quickly get back in fast enough to hit the jetpack again, so I didn't drop down to no health due to just fall damage. Alright, so Mercer Sphere. Alright. I have 83 hog remains on my inventory. And 53 stinger remains. Heat sinks. The control rods are that way. Alright, I got another Mercer Sphere this way. Pretty soon we're going to be out of that dangerous biome. And just into like regular stuff. Oh, it's up. Gonna be up on the end of that land bridge. Because he ran under it twice, and I don't see much room for down. Cool. But yeah, by the time we get back, I'm gonna have enough Mercer Spheres to basically... I won't be able to unlock everything because the more expensive ones get, like, really up there. Okay, so you're that way. So what type of node are you all protecting? It's probably something valuable if we got all that going on. Oh, it's not a node, it's a purple power slug. Alright, well that's really annoying. I'm running that same problem where we destroyed the terrain and it's still hitting that. So it's shielding stuff. Alright. We can top off her health again. Because I certainly don't want to die with all this stuff and have to find my way back here. Now I got Summer Sloop in front of us. Well, that's easy to find. There you are. I was trying to figure out where the enemy that I had aggroed was. I was expecting a spider running around. Okay. So, I'm gonna have enough of those that I could build the thing that gives me the extra power as well. Where is... Probably over here. Because I could potentially make the thing for the power boost. I don't think I'm really worried about that for the time being. I see. Yeah, that one seems smart enough that if you hit it where it can't reach you, it does seem to run away.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
Alright. How much of this stuff do we have? So I'm sitting on 38 Mercer Spheres, we have 15 Somber Sloops, a small army of slugs, another 6 or 7 hard drives. We're definitely doing well in all of those things. And that's just with crisscrossing through and not doing careful... Look for it, I see the Mercer Sphere, it's up there. Alright, I saw the hog over there on the right. Cool. Somber Sloop. More importantly, we have a hard drive. So hard drive this way and Somber Sloop back into the left. Well. Okay, I think that killed it. Alright, so we've hit the point that our inventory is starting to get actually full. So we're gonna start taking some of these rare goods and start chucking them in here. Because it's a problem. Alright, that should help for at least the right now. Turbo motors. I'd like those back, please. Okay, now you can get back into the box. So we can put down another marker here for another hard drive found. Deuterium wire. I don't really care about the quartz crystal. Alright. I'm pretty sure the control rods are that way as well. Okay, so I think it was back this way was the somber sloop. Yeah, so there we go. So I was able to backtrack to it. All right. Okay, well, it's dead. Okay, so back in this direction. Alright, so we're getting close. We can see the space elevator right over there. Nope, another somber sloop and another hard drive. So hard drive's right over there. Somber sloop is right over here. So it's to my north. Try to keep that in mind. Up there. All right. So it was to my north just a little ways. There we go. We picked it back up. Probably just gonna be in this forest randomly. There it is. We got a big radioactive one. Ow. Okay. Cool. We've gone through a decent number of the radiation protection things. I think it burned through 3 or 4 of them already. You wanted the cooling things, that's fine.
Wait, oh. Too late. Take the damaged hard drive to the MAM for analysis.
Why were you telling me to wait to take it? Alright, let's see here. So our inventory is getting very full. We can go ahead and put the hover thing in there. That's fine. We can put the drills in here. That's fine. That gives me 2 more spots. Did I mark this spot? Yes, it did. So honestly, it's worth daisy chaining. Yeah. So I'm going to do here, and this is probably going to be a little bit of a project that I don't need to be doing. I'm going to put that there. And I'm going to put a power tower here. And we're going to start daisy chaining these back towards where those control rods go. Wait, was there another one? Okay, false alarm.
Look through the window and witness a
Oh, I would have been fine. I heard it jump and I was like, I don't want to take the hit. Alright, where are you at? Where are you at? There we go. And you. Okay. Where's your friend? Maybe glitched in terrain? Okay.
play.
Alright, so it seems to be relatively in the direction I was heading anyway. Well, not quite. But in that relative direction. That's fine, do your thing. You are really persistent. Ow! Hitbox in this game are not good. That's box it. Yeah, it's like, what are they protecting? What kind of ore is that? Yeah, now box it makes sense. Because you need it for aluminum, so it would have decent enemies at it. I did see that there was a purple power slug right on the... There it is. There we go. Cool. Yeah, like I said, looks like the next Somber Sloop is generally in this direction. Alright. And the control rod should be right over here. But this way, basically, I'll have a power path through here. We'll have the radar tower all hooked up there as well to help look for goodies. Alright, we got a hard drive right over here. Okay, there's a lot of them, and I saw radiation. I'm not seeing a radioactive hog. I think genuinely it's just plain old... like the plain old same old type radiation. deuterium wiring. Aluminum sheet. Alright, and we can go ahead and mark another hard drive done. Yeah, so we've done a ridiculous number of hard drives this run. I should have scanned before I moved on. It's fine. I knew what I had done. I ran out of juice in my my jetpack and fell to my death. Well, the only good news is I can just go like this, and we're at least equipped for a fight again. So our death crate's up there, and the other good news is we were almost home. So like literally I can just run up there, grab that, and be on our way. No, it's just one of those things that is why it's like, wait. Bluetooth close to the sun? Yeah. But no, it's exactly that, where it's just kind of like, it's like, wait, I'm not going up anymore. It's like, oh crap. But thankfully, having all those things in dimensional storage and our equipment on, it's just one of those things, like you saw... That's embarrassing. You saw, like, literally, it's like, oh, I need to go back to it. No problem. Oh, you know I didn't grab? Let's grab that real fast. There we go. You'd say you would stop more like an hour ago, in case you died. But yeah, and that's the reason why I was vaguely moving back towards home. Was just that way, you know, if something did go wrong, the closer I am to home, the easier it is to recover. Ah! I hate when they sneak up on you like that. Like, I heard them, but it's like, okay, they're around here somewhere. I wasn't expecting to turn and have three of them, like, right in my face. Alright. And I'm not going to be using the scanner the whole way out or anything like that. I figure I'm going to be using it on the way back. Just get to where I need to be. Just if I see something that's obviously worthwhile as I'm running around, I'm not going to go like out of my way to avoid it. That's an interesting cave to look at later. That feels like a cave that's going to be more... Yeah, there's a lip up there. That cave feels like one there's going to be a bit more to run through. Oh, hey. Don't do that. These little ones die easy. Yeah, and have I already grabbed you? Yes. That's the reason I'm marking those off, so I don't have to, like, run around constantly looking to see if I have to go, because otherwise I'd have to run all the way over to that box just to realize I've already got it. You've been watching The Mandalorian recently? You're very much enjoying it. Oh yeah, Mandalorian's excellent. I've honestly enjoyed pretty much all of the Star Wars, like, shows that have been coming out on the, like, Disney Plus and yada yada. And I know there's people who weren't happy with Obi-Wan, and there's people who weren't happy with this and that, but I personally enjoyed them. That said, a lot of the criticisms that... Like, some of the criticisms they get are completely valid and reasonable, and other ones are like, hey man, like, that's just not even, like, a real concern. Probably way short. Yeah, it's way short. Watch the first series of Mandalorian? Oh yeah, no, and it's solid. Like, definitely recommend. Okay, and the crate should be right here, because you can see, like, there's my power tower that wasn't quite connected. Where are you at? There you are. I was really worried I was going to get there. Oh. Chuck that in the bin. Chuck that in the bin. Chuck that in the bin. Let's see. Sort this out. Yeah, so a lot of this won't actually fit into storage anywhere. But that's okay. The big thing is to get it out of my inventory as best we can. That'll do. Cool. Because I just didn't want a death crate sitting around forever. So that's a heatsink, that's this where, and there's the control rods. There's lots of Star Wars content you haven't seen. Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure, like, the things aren't for everyone. Like, there's gonna be some people just like, hey man, that's just not what I'm looking for, and that's fine. Like, okay, I guess you just do your thing over there. There we go. What is going on here? All right. But yeah, like stuff like Andor took a while to get going. Honestly, one of the things that really disappointed me is that finding out that the what's the word? The Acolyte isn't getting another season. I was honestly pretty disappointed in that. I actually really enjoyed the Acolyte. But in terms of storytelling, all the shows seem to be predictable. Let me introduce you to the series called Star Wars. That's pretty much what Star Wars is. Like, about the only upset you ever had was the Empire Strikes Back, you know, kind of ending on such a downer. It was one of the few upsets we've had in Star Wars.
Fix-It employee contract reminder. No pioneer should speculate regarding why there are crashed freighters on this planet.
Okay. So let's remove that one. We pulled the item out of it. Like, and that's not fair. There's been a couple of things that they've done over the years, but generally Star Wars is a fairly predictable series in that they're all a hero's journey, which is the type of storytelling. And they'll have, like, individual elements that once in a long while will be surprise stuff. You know, Darth Vader's relationship with Luke and Leia, for example, in the original trilogy. But that's also those ones that, at the very beginning, wouldn't be predictable. But they did start leading into giving you a bit more hints getting dropped. And then by, like, the third movie, you know, you kind of got the whole thing. Predictable is totally fine for storytelling. Your audience can guess what it'll probably be, and they can still be validated. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There are, like, for example, like, mystery movies. There are some people who, when they're making their, like, mystery movies, they'll do, like, the really big, out-of-left-field, you know, zinger kind of thing that you feel was entirely just so you'd be like, haha, you didn't figure it out. But it makes no sense from the storytelling and everything like that. It was just very deliberately designed to make sure your prediction was wrong. And that's no fun. Versus, like, it's okay if you don't know who it is, but it's also okay if you do know who it is. At least linear, you can follow along. In The Mandalorian, it felt like the side quest after side quest just to complete the main one. Yeah. Oh yeah, like, no, there was definitely some episodes of Mandalorian that were like fluff episodes. I was like, ah, this is filler. I understand. I think some of those, very genuinely, the intent was to create characters in the universe that later on, they would be able to make content for that. Like, the jailbreak heist episode kind of thing. It definitely felt like, alright, you're just setting up a bunch of characters here, so that maybe they could have their own series if people seem to be interested. And then when people complained about the episode, that was kind of the end of it. Which that's not really a bad thing for them to do that kind of stuff, as opposed to, you know, if they were to just out of nowhere be like, okay, well now we've got these whole... We got this group of, you know, criminals and all that, and now you're supposed to care about them, but, like, they all seem like unlikable characters, not because they're supposed to be. It's much harder to get people on board with it. Alright, so. I have things to get done here. Okay, so the automated miner or the quartz, I don't care about those. The bolted plates or the plastic smart plating. Honestly, I don't care about either of these. So that one was kind of a dud. Let's see. Not only to create characters, but to bring an already in-universe characters into live-action scene the first time. Yeah, no, there's a... The director behind The Mandalorian and all those is very, very into bringing old canon back. So stuff that was canon, but then, you know, got decanonized over time. Like, as long as it doesn't directly conflict, he's been doing a lot. Like, we have Revan technically exists in the universe again because of that director. We don't know anything about him or anything in the new take of it. Like, the old canon is no longer canon about Darth Revan. But they do have it where at least, I mean, I guess it's depending on what period of time, but Revan. But, they still have it where it's like he's recanonized. So that, like, that character exists in the universe. In what capacity? Who knows? But is canon that they do exist. Alright, so we're gonna try and get all these things done as best we can. We got lots of things to run around and do. Wasn't Revan the player character in the original KOTOR? Yes. And that's the thing, is when the new movies came out, they decanonized all the old stuff. That was like games and all that. Yeah, Dave Filoni. Yup, he's the one who makes it happen, but he's been bringing back a lot of those characters as able. Like, definitely there's some of them he can't bring back directly because there's just such a conflict in their story versus the old and new that there's just not really a way to bring him back. But where he can, he does. Alright, so dropping what we can in here. Alright, and we can grab the heavy frames and put those over here. Okay, so it's honestly the cement and the cable that's my holdup. The cement is just down here somewhere. You played the game and thoroughly enjoyed it? Oh yeah. What you would like to see would be a Sith original story. Yeah. Well, that was, I think, the direction the Acolyte was going in. I'll avoid spoilers, but my assumption was that it was going to originally be that they're going to have the specific characters in question that participate in it, were going in the direction of becoming, like the one was going to become Sith or whatever over time. Because it's kind of like leading up to you getting a little bit of a taste of where the term Sith came from and all that. But unfortunately, because people wanted to throw a fit about all sorts of stuff that doesn't matter, it didn't get a second season. So now it just gets to be left unfinished. But don't get me wrong, to be fair, like the story did have a conclusion. It would have been a lot more satisfying to see where it went next. Okay, so steal 200 from that. And you are coming in from where? Cable's coming in from down here. Oh, yeah. What is the lasagna in this context? It's a style of making your base. Like, I haven't done it too much, but where you have, like, a big flat plane and the big flat plane and the big flat plane. People jokingly call those lasagna factories. Because they're just layers of big flat sheets on top of each other. Now you're hungry, thanks. You're welcome. Glad to be of service. And nuclear power.
Milestone reached. The nuclear power plant produces dangerous radioactive nuclear waste. Fix-It reminds you that any extra limbs resulting from exposure to radiation are also contracted to work on project assembly. Fix-It also reminds you that willful exposure to radiation will not result in any bonuses regardless of how many functional limbs it produces. Project part number 7, the magnetic field generator, should enter production as soon as possible. Any unnecessary delays will be noted.
Alright. Bring you food? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. So that's working fine. Is there anything I need to do here? We already have the hazmat suit and all that. We can get ourselves more healing stuff. You get exactly 1 paleberry. They're expected to bring items on a 0.2% minute chance. Yup. Alright. But you don't feel like they tapped too much of the origin of Sith? With wars on Korriban, the corruption of the Force, and how they used to enslave neighboring nation and use them to corrupt the Force. It would show, like, a House of Cards power play. Well, the problem is a lot of that has been decanonized. Some of it hasn't. Like, that's just kind of the catch, is so much that used to be canon isn't. And so you do have some stuff that goes way back to that time frame that is still canon. There's just so much that got decanonized. So they could certainly still tell that story. But I think that was kind of part of the idea with the Acolyte, is I think they were trying to effectively create that kind of a canon. Part of it. They didn't get far enough, though, and then it's gone. But, like, the KOTOR where it was, like, the Jedi and the Sith were fighting and all that, none of that's canon anymore. It's what's referred to as legends. It's make-believe. Not officially part of the universe. It's extended universe now. Well, that sucks. Yep, blame J.J. Abrams. Individually and personally. Because he did that to Star Trek and Star Wars. He said, I'll make you a movie, but only if I get to end your canon. Let's see. What do I want to deal with here? Okay, got another stack of those we could drop in here. Yeah, so basically anything that was in the games before a certain period or whatnot, like basically the novels, the comics, and the games before a first thing, it's just the whole thing. Just started phase 4. Tomorrow, you destroy everything. And fix your stuff. Oh, let's be real, you're not fixing your stuff. That's a lie we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel better. It's not getting fixed. You're just gonna make more of it. That's how that works. Alright, so production. Let's see. So we have the diluted fuel, the encased uranium, and the batteries. So I don't care about that right now. We have the assembler. So we have the magnetic. So that's going to require the modular frames, which we are already making, and the control rods. And the control rods are probably the manufacturer. The control rods are not here. Where were you? Did I overlook at you in the assembler? Control rods. Okay, the control rods, AI limiter, and stators. Alright, that's actually not that bad. When you scale, you also fix your spaghetti and wiring. Yeah, no, I don't have much spaghetti going on anymore. Granted, after seeing Jess's base and everything she's done to get all that sorted, it's wonderful. Let's see, the exploding rebar reminds you of hot tamales, cinnamon candy. You never have things when you want them? What? What? Alright, hard drive. Recycled plastic, which is petroleum and rubber to make plastic, which is a curious one when you think about it, because that would arguably mean I could make all of my stuff producing rubber and then switch it over to make the plastic. I don't know how good that is. 60 per minute? What is our current one? So the residual plastic is 20 per minute, so that's terrible. And then this is the other one. Okay, so it's a much, much, much higher yield of plastic production. Before we get too caught up in everything, alien technology, faster dimensional upload speed.
Dimensional upload speed increased. All of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing several parts to pass through, for free.
The window is beautiful. Have you tried making the door?
I assure you that would be a most unhealthy action for the Pioneer to take.
Alright. But yeah, so with that, we're going to be able to get stuff into storage much faster. Which will be good for when I go to construct stuff and do this kind of stuff. And I do need to automate this, we're just nowhere near it. So we needed the stators and the AI limiters together. I think, unfortunately, my stators are by my steel, which is not where my AI limiters are. So that is kind of a big negative to deal with. So let's see what we can do with that. Because I know we're not moving our AI limiters around at all. Yeah, so that's the rotors. Which I am observing is still not remotely going fast enough to keep up with whatever's consuming them, which is a big concern. Oh, you're not running quite at full speed because of iron rods, of all things. Okay, so our iron rod... Well, you're not moving. Oh, that's an output, not an input. Okay, I understand. Alright, so we've got our iron rod production here. It's doing its best. But I have not left my much space to work with here. Okay. So I'm at least gonna get a little bit more on this line. It's not gonna, you know, solve the problem. But right now, I need more rods going out. What's your current power output? Probably not nearly as much as I should be getting it at. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Alright. Yeah, so we go out here. My current output probably like... Yeah, so it's about 8,000-9,000. The problem is we have a lot of geothermal, so it is going like this constantly. But yeah, so it's the reason it's all over the place is all that geothermal we hooked up. Yeah, so it's getting close to 10k. Just a little bit shy of that. But yeah, so these are falling behind because they weren't getting enough iron rods through the system. So hopefully we start seeing this improve. But we'll have to deal with that. Anyways, back to what I was trying to figure out, which is where... I'm pretty sure our stators are all the way over by steel. Just double checking, because that's reinforced plates over there. This is our smart plates over here. Yeah, and that's all going over to... That goes over to where our stators are. But the issue is my AI limiters are over here, my stators are over there. This is honestly maybe a place to consider the drones for going back and forth to get the ball rolling on that. Because I'll need the control rods. I'm just waffling on it. I do also have a ridiculous number of stators in my inventory. Get that out of my inventory. Okay. We gotta get that sorted out. And you're back, so we can go ahead and pop in here and say, hey. Oh, you're not back? Oh, you still have 3 minutes. You still have 5 minutes. You can go ahead and craft more of these. Because then when we hit another 100-something of them, I'll go and I'll up the total capacity we can carry of stuff. Which is always a dangerous one, because the moment I open up that can of worms, suddenly my power spikes because every single machine starts producing, because now there's a need for it. Not every machine, but most of them. Okay, so then the thing I gotta consider, is it easier to get the AI limiters to the stators or the stators to the AI limiter? Because the stators, if I remember correctly, were copper and iron. Well, was it copper and iron or copper and steel? It's copper and steel, that's right. That was why it was over here. So it's copper and steel. So I could potentially improve the production of the stators. And then it's a matter of getting the AI limiter and the stators in the same place. And unfortunately, I don't believe I'm moving either way. So I can't just piggyback off of an existing thing. So most likely what I'm going to want to do is take one of my trains that goes through these routes already and expand on it. So your heavy frames, that is your load. And then you have a blank there. Because I want to say my stators are right here. Yeah, so my stators are produced right here. And those go down there, they go through here. Yeah, so go into that machine, and they go into that machine. Because we got the stators going in for the automated wiring. This was the other thing, and I'm assuming you're full. You're not full. Take my stators. And the automated wiring goes through on this train. So the train is grabbing the heavy frames and the automated wiring with its 2 spots. So this might work out because then I should be able to put another freight spot here, and on that spot I can put the stators and then ship those back that way. And then this spot I won't need to touch at all. That one will be fine. But the far end spot, I'm going to have to adjust. So we're basically going to be adding another freight car on here, which I'm a little scared that I think this one might butt up to where we've got a spire. And if that's the case, I can't just add another freight spot in front. I'm going to have to, like, shimmy everything around. But if it is what it is, that'll be easier than running an entirely new train line. So first I just need the train to get out of the way. Alright. Then go to transportation, freight platform. We got that down now. That is a load platform. So now what I need to do is go over here to where we've got our stators popping around. Which this will actually work pretty okay as is. I'm just trying to decide the way I want to do it. Because unfortunately I've kind of boxed myself in, where if I ever just need way more motors, I don't have room to expand. It's gonna go about it this way. Alright, so stators are all wired up. Now granted, the train right now doesn't have that third freight spot, which is the reason I don't mind hooking all that up. Is because until I add that third freight spot, it's going to do literally nothing. So now the big question is when I run back here to where this drops off. It's probably not going to be super conveniently located. It's actually really not bad, because the AI limiters are right over there by that other train. So it's not as close as could be, but considering I'm just hijacking an existing train, it's fine. The downside, I can already see it's a problem from here, is that rock chunk there and all the conveyor belts means I really cannot reasonably move the train station forward, which means it's got to come back, which means every single one of the conveyor lines coming off of the station is now a problem. Okay, so we're still fine for the moment. So let's see here. Let's think about this. I'm gonna be adding... Alright, one moment. This is wrong. Okay. So, I added another trailer on the far backside. That means the stators are gonna end up here. Whatever that box is will be here, and whatever this box is will be there. So you are the automated wiring, whatever the garbage is you are. So let's pick you up. I'm going to immediately chuck you in here for right now. We can deal with that later. And you are not quite long enough to connect all the way over there. That's fine. Okay, so we've got that hooked up. So it should see a little bump in what's in here. Actually, won't I lose access to this in just a moment? Alright, so you should see that bump up in just a second. Also, before we forget, hey, train. Turn off your self-driving for a moment. Okay, yeah, so it was fine. So I'm gonna go in here, grab all of you. Alright. So. Stators, whatever that box is, automated wiring. So this is the automated wiring box now. So you're all wired up and you're good to go. Next up we have this, and you are set to unload, not load. All of these will be unload, so that's fine. And I don't know what this cart was. What are you supposed to be bringing in here? The automated wiring, the circuits, computers. Heavy modular frames. Okay. So same exact idea. Grab that. You now plug into the out port here. And then this should be stators. So get rid of that part of the train. Put down this. Grab you. So you can go about your business. Alright. So the heavy modular frames do appear to be a problem, but now we should be getting stators into this box. So that's good news. So now I've got stators in the right general area. Not where I need them. I need them over there almost the whole way. Actually, wait. There was something I was moving AI limiters around for already. Let's see if I can't piggyback that line. We got AI limiters here. What were you making? Supercomputers. Alright, that doesn't help me much either. And what are you making that's going into dimensional storage? Can I piggyback in you? High-speed connectors, I'm probably going to need to increase the productivity of. Okay, where are we doing this? Because the AI limiters are over here. Yeah, we'll just move the stators over here. That's what we'll do. This is our AI limiter production right here, which I'm noticing is not keeping up. Oh, no, it's not. AI limiters are over here. That's still fine. Same idea, opposite side. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and make our electro rod, control rods, whatever they're called, over here. We'll just get the stators over here. And then we should already have the AI limiters right here. You get the idea. Straightforward. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Am I boxing myself in a way I'm going to regret? Probably. That's a later me thing. Alright. Okay. This also works out that I already have a splitter here. Which actually... gonna pick up all these ones, and we're gonna go to the left. That way I've got a little bit of room, because otherwise I'm gonna be encroaching on where my copper production is, where I won't be able to expand it later, and I already know I'm going to need to expand it later. So instead, I'm just gonna go over here, expect to need to expand my AI limiters, as well as the control rods, and I can deal with all that on the other side. And then I'm going to need to look at all these things that I'm short on. And the reason we're going through all this headache to get all this set up is this is what I'm going to need to make the second of our complete phase 4 setup. So production, assembler. We can go here. You are for the control rods. So put that there. And then this is where the stators are going to go through. All right. The good news is we seem to be having no issues keeping the control rods stocked. There's at least one problem I don't need to deal with yet. It will become a problem, but right now it's not a problem. And so with this, we can go ahead and do production, organization, this. I have no idea if we use control rods in construction. Let's check. It would be probably the nuclear power plant. No. Yeah, so I don't think we use control rods as an actual production material. I think it's a middle material that you use it with other things to make things, which means I don't really need on-dimensional storage. Okay, so the AI limiters, it's all hooked up. So next up, we should have the stators here. And I'm really hoping this won't end up being a big issue, because I wasn't watching to see when it delivered to see what happened. So, you look like you're fine there. You are fine here. And the stators are there. Excellent. So everything worked just as it was supposed to. So I could get the stators underneath all of this, bring it around here, and then run it down that way. That should work. Okay. And we're gonna bounce it up to this. Yeah, one height should be plenty. Oh no, you're gonna have to go up to like 3 or 4 height because of I'm gonna need to sneak in past. Well, actually, not 1 height. I'm gonna poke it underneath. Of course I did that whole way. They're gonna poke it underneath, and then we'll have it hang from below. Okay, so you can go over here. And now I need to do is go to logistics. We've got the ceiling conveyor mount. Alright, so let's get it over there. They can bring it back out and bring it back up. Alright. Do not have one closer? That's fine. Okay. Invalid belt shape clipping may occur. Oh, there we go. That's on the wrong side of it. It is interesting that this is complaining about the whole way. I'm also realizing it was literally just going to snap to what the stuff there. Excuse me? What? Why do you keep bringing up my inventory? Okay, so I just realized the platform ends there. Which is why I suddenly just fell off. Okay, we can go over here. And with that, we've got the machine online. Now I just need to pop in some power, and we're good to go. They conveniently have power right there. Alright. So with that, we are now going to be making our electromagnetic control rods. Not in a good capacity, but they are being produced. So that brings up the next thing in the assembler, which is I need the modular frames over here, or versatile frames. That sucks. Because what that means, I'm going to have to do that thing I just did with this whole station. I'm going to need to do that again. Let's double check first, though. I've got a couple different tracks that come over here. I might be able to leverage a different one. Because the versatile frames was modular frames, and I can't remember what else. Please let me off. Thank you. Alright, because they're making the versatile frames right here by this middle station. But as I mentioned, the issue is more when I get to the other side, how I'm going to deal with it. Because that, I think, is where I'm doing the versatile frames right there. Yeah. Alright, so now I gotta figure out how I want to get these over to that area as well. Now, the straightforward answer is to add more on here, which the way I could do that without it being too painful is I would extend this so it would have the blank we've got here is good, and then it would add another spot right here. And then that spot would be where I put the versatile frames in here, and then we get all to the other side. The issue is then I gotta fix the track and everything along the way. Yeah, so I gotta deal with this. So once this gets out of the way, I'm gonna detach this piece of track, and then the train's gonna stop moving because it's gonna get mad because it can't find a route home. Meanwhile, how are we doing on the rest of the stuff? That's coming along fine. We're getting the electromagnetic rods. We've almost got the control units for advanced aluminum, and all the other stuff in the advanced aluminum is no problem. Okay, goodbye track. I need to add more platform. Okay. Gonna make you work? No. Alright, so we got a little tinkering I gotta do for the train track here. Because I gotta adjust the path a little bit. Okay, so we've got that set. And we'll pick all this up. Alright, so this will be a container we load with versatile frames. It shouldn't be too hard to make happen. Gonna make it 3 high. That's input. Alright. So it's over there. So if we choose to bring this over this way, it's not going to line up perfectly, so I'll just make it one more over here. And then over this way. Just past here. And you would be here, just so we keep it going over top of this. Alright, that's a little bit of an odd position to have it, but that's still workable. Oh, you know what? You don't get that one. So then we can run over the top of this, all the way to this end. That'll actually do fine. And we can connect it up. And this part will be done. And that'll be a matter of, you know, going through and cleaning up all the stuff on the other stop. Which is going to be a bit of work. Okay. So with that, the versatile frame should be feeding in, so that once I get the extra freight, then we'll be good. Cool. Now the thing that sucks, which is all that stuff I just cleaned up, where it's like, oh, I had to move it all one, I have to move it all one again. It's fine. I'll also need to do a little finagling, because this is starting to push where we're going to have to increase the slope on the track, which I can't. Like, it's very limited, which means I'll probably have to knock this path out a little bit and slope up a little farther over there. So, get rid of this spot. And I need 2 more tiles here. There we go. And meanwhile, like, the train's going, hang on a second. I needed that. Oh, good. I was able to just connect it. I didn't have to do any ridiculous shenanigans. That's good. I was a little worried about that. Alright. So when you get done here, autopilot off. Because you're going to empty those containers, and we're going to reroute everything. And I'm going to have to sit there and just move it one over, one over, one over, and then we'll have the versatile frames. And I can drop those off in here. Cool. So get rid of you. And you're over here now. Wait, where's the other? Oh, you're connected all the way up there? That's fine, we can fix that. Okay, and you've already got your stuff sorted out. And you're the stators. The stators are going over here now. Cool. Alright, so got the stators all sorted out. And then this will end up being the versatile frames. But in the meantime, we can go ahead and grab you. Add in our freight car. But do you learn the hard way that rubber and plastic do not produce the same amount of heavy residue? Yup. Yup. Alright, good luck. Hope we have this alright or we're gonna have a mess. Alright, so. Now I've got you to figure out. Because I need to get the versatile frames over here somewhere. And this is getting pretty busy. I'm not exactly sure the best way to get around all this. I know I'm gonna do. Something I probably should have been doing more of, and I just haven't bothered. Oh, you're in the wrong spot. Gonna put a conveyor spot here. Alright. So I'm just poking a hole through to the other side, and then we'll go underneath. And we'll do just like exactly what I did with the other one, where I'm just going to put like a bunch of ceiling conveyor spots that go across the whole thing. Where is our train? How fast do I think it's going to get back here? So it's already doing its spot up there. So what I'm hoping, though, is I just want to watch just to make sure I have this right. Because this is the kind of thing that's easy to like get the order of operations backwards. And so suddenly, instead of getting what you actually want, instead you get this absolute disaster. But yeah, this is something I should do more of, is like have the train station here, have the vertical conveyors just pop down below, and then just have like underneath the floor have like all the conveyors running back and forth where you can kind of hide the spaghetti in the floorboards. Okay, so all four do have cargo. That's good to see. And I should see versatile frames here. That's the important one. That's how you do it. You hide the madness. And you're gonna have a lot of mess to deal with. I realize there is a mistake here. Unload. That'll just delay us a thing. So stators are there. Okay, everything's fine. So that one is misconfigured. It didn't hurt anything. It just means it's going where it's not needed. But it'll be brought back and that'll be fine. There's spaghetti under the floor. We are just starting to put a little bit of spaghetti under the floor because I'm running into limits on where I can put stuff. Okay. Trying to make out... There's a bracket. Oh, nope, don't do that. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay, we're having difficulty fitting everything up top because this is one of those things where I had production I need to add in later. Would you snap to what I need? That's fine. All right. And I'll put a conveyor box here. All right. Cool. So I've got that all set up. Now I just need a little bit more so we can get the next component going. And once we get the next component going, that'll at least be the complete phase for the second part of it done. Well, not done, but being manufactured. Alright, so we've got the first ingredient here. And then we have the electromagnetic motor thing. Alright. Line you up here. And there. That's probably gonna have to be farther away, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's gonna need to be farther away. That's fine. Easy fix problem. Just plug you in there and plug you in there. Choose that. Drop these in here so I don't have to worry about that. I'll need a little bit more platform. And so we're going to do what we did with the other one here. Is we're going to have a regular box there. And we have dimensional storage. And the reason I'm doing that is for like these final goods. I don't have to like babysit them. What'll literally happen here is... Where's your power? Where are you getting power from? There we go. But that way, as we get them produced, what'll end up happening is I'll be able to just... I want to fix that. I'll be able to just, words are hard, chat. I'll just be able to grab them out of my inventory and immediately shove them in the elevator no matter where I am. So I'm just kind of sitting here. When I see that hit 100, I just go and deal with it. So I'll have to wait till we get the next one going. Probably not the best way of doing it, but that way I don't need to spaghetti a bunch of stuff all over the place, so it'll be at least passable. Before you have a chance to drop it off? Where are you? There. Aha, got ahead of you. Alright, so with that we are producing the first two of the things I need for completing Phase 4. And what should happen is we should see pretty soon the thing pop in there. Alright, so that's going to be a little tricky to scale that, though. I mean, no it shouldn't, because I could just improve the amount of throughput going into the train. We're not going to be using any of those things on such an abundance that that will be a problem. The only downside is a bunch of my factory that's been kind of just sitting there idle doing nothing for a long time is all going to start kicking in as we start consuming all that. So that will be a problem. Okay, so you're starting to make these. Because I want to get those tagged. Yeah, so you produce 1 a minute, so you do not produce these quickly. Obviously, we'll want to fix that, because we're not going to want to wait just shy of 10 hours to make that happen. The one thing you can honestly do is we'll just tell it to make multiple. So I'll cut that time down a lot. Alright, so pin that. Okay, so bear with me, chat, because I have got to use the restroom in a big way. So what I'm going to quickly do is put up the away screen. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for so much for doing it. At least the spaghetti doesn't run in every direction on the map this time. Oh yeah, no, it's way better organized this time around. Alright, but I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, okay, can you cook up? And it either won't give me the option or will.
Why? 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 Game. Why? I'm gonna bust up my gas station. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay. So I'm not gonna put up here, I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one? You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. Alright, and I am back. So one of the things I forgot to do earlier, which I'm going to go ahead and do now, we'll keep playing in the meantime, is I'm going to go ahead and do a poll. Just to see, like, what are we doing now? And one will be continue to play Satisfactory. Satisfactory, and the other will be to switch to TCG Card Shop Sim. Because they said it was going to do a pull halfway through stream, and then it is zoned in, and stream has been going by. So if you do not see the poll, it is available in chat. You might just have to refresh your browser. But basically, we're voting if we're going to continue playing this through the rest of the stream, or if we are going to switch over to TCG Card Shop Simulator. I'm indifferent with it either way, but that way people can make the decision. So we do have the electromagnetic generator things being produced now somewhere. Oh wait, I pinned them to the top. So they are being produced. So we're already at 8. It's not great throughput, but it is gradually happening. We also have the controller unit things being produced, and those are getting done relatively quickly. So that's good news. We can't quite get to doing the thrusters or the last things. So that's the next on the list. Alright, but let's go see what we can do. So, It honestly doesn't look like I actually need anything with the nuclear power unless I decide to specifically do stuff with nuclear. So let's see. Oh, right, I have multiple choices. So I could do the recycled plastic. I thought I already chose that. I'll choose that. I don't know if we're actually going to do that, but that looks like if I need more plastic, an opportunity to get one with a really high throughput. I can also pop over here real quick and get you done, because if I get all these made, I can then unlock to make the quantity of stuff I can hold in our dimensional storage much higher. Because I am still sitting on 8 hard drives. Gotcha. So far it's looking like 4 votes for Satisfactory, 7 votes for TCG. We still got 3 minutes left in the poll, so I can go either way. If you are unhappy with what you're seeing for the results, vote. If you already voted, well, I guess prolicize in chat of trying to convince people to vote for what you feel is the better selection. I don't know. Cool, so we got another stack.
Dimensional expansion increased to 300%. New understanding of matter manipulation technology allows the dimensional storage to deconstruct all matter to the subatomic level, storing its elementary particles until the part is recalled.
You are digging into deeper layers. Shallow matter contains wind of symphonies and void songs and deep echoes.
It is fascinating what one can find out simply by looking closer.
So you'll notice here, our power consumption is slowly starting to go up. And the reason why that's the case is all of those things that we were previously keeping, keeping kind of like in our own inventory, or sorry, we were topped off on. Now that I could carry like an entire additional stack of stuff, are basically filling up. And right now I'm just shoving a bunch of stuff in there to try and get out of my inventory. But yeah, so we jumped it up where all these were at 200, so you can see them all ticking up little by little. That's what we just did, is we just expanded our storage. Oh. That's fine. Meanwhile, let's go over here and start hitting all stuff here. We got 200 of those. I will need a little bit of the aluminum sheets. Drop those off. The wire is one that I'm probably going to just have to go and grab directly. I actually wonder if I'm making enough wire now I think about it. That might be what's going on, is we might be bottlenecked under wire, and I'm just getting as fast as it's being produced. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so the radio control units, I just need 2 more. So that should happen relatively soon, however long it takes to make 4 of them, because 2 will go to the... Sorry, 2 will go in the... Actually, no, because it's a pass-through. So it's however long it just takes to make 2 of them in general. Alright, so rotors are full. The rods are full. I'm a little worried on how long it's taking to make a radio control unit. We'll figure it out. Alright, so it looks like TCG has won. Oh man, it was close. Only by 1 vote. So we will be switching over, but don't worry if you're like, oh man, I don't care about any other games than Satisfactory. I've got my lizard doggo tattoo on my forehead. You just really let me down on this one. Don't worry, the game will be back. More than likely, by more than likely I mean it will be back tomorrow specifically. I just tried to play multiple games during the stream and all that to just keep things fresh both for myself and for viewers. And because it's very easy for me to get into a situation where I will just play one game again and again and again, and after a while people get tired of that. So with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to hit the save button here, and we're going to do that. And we're going to exit to desktop, do that. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will go down for a minute as we switch games, because switching categories over on YouTube isn't a thing. And as a reminder, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. Because like I said, we are about to switch games, because I did promise we'll do that.